Hello everyone, welcome to D&D Play 20. This is Out of the Abyss, our first horror campaign. We're going to try to minimize the horrific impact and the gore to a point that is hopefully not much worse than Goosebumps level. We have 5 great players, all are experienced role players. And they will introduce themselves as we go forward. Couple of things I do want to point out is throughout the game you have the ability to impact the game. As you watch, you earn Pantheon points. If you look at the chat window in Twitch, and at the bottom you will see a little blue shield with a silver outline. That is where your Pantheon points are earned, and that is where you can spend them. We are currently trying to gather enough points to give all players in all campaigns a +1 weapon. They are 44% to that goal. The other options under... Oh, and somebody already contributed. Thank you, Whitefire 2000. The other options in the Pantheon points are buying advantages and disadvantages for the players, for the characters. The other options, if you scroll down the page on Twitch, you will see the About Us section. We have Support Us and Impart Random Madness. I have made adjustments to these. There are only 4 ways to support us now. With a donation, but when you donate $15, it actually helps the characters in the game. So save that for an emergency when they need it. For instance, you can summon a character back from true death for that $15. The other way is to impart random madness, and those are 10 things that can be crazy or blessings, curses or blessings. You name the character you wanted to apply for, they will roll a 1d10, and that is what will happen on the list. And the list is there for everybody to read. They can even get cotton candy beard or magnetic attraction to the character closest to them, so that their ankles are joined, like magnetized together, and that sort of thing. So that's just a fun thing that we can all get a good laugh at, and it can help bless the stream too. So outside of that, I think we are ready. For those of you who do not know, we have Tyranny of Dragons on Tuesday nights. This Out of the Abyss campaign will take place on Thursday nights. Both programs are the second, third, and fourth Thursday of every month. We have Tuesday and Thursdays. We have the first week off. That's to allow the players time to spend with their families, and to allow me time to rest and organize my thoughts, and so I can spend time with my family, whom I love very much. And let's see, Forge of Fury wrapped up, which was airing on Saturdays, and that wrapped up last week, in which one of our players was a part of. Raise your hand, Francisco. Francisco was a part of the Forge of Fury campaign, and he is now joining us here. And pretty much everybody here has played in either a D&D Play 20 or a Save versus Games one-shot or campaign. Probably mostly one-shots for the most part. Yeah, so and now we are ready. If I can say this name, Wenlavish. Did I say that right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Just how it's spelled. The symbols mean nothing.
Okay. Well, from now on, you're Wenny.
Perfect.
But I wanted to say it right the first time, just to show I could do it. We're
You,
going to
you,
start with do what?
you don't want to say the full name though?
Oh, not even. He can say it. Say
We'll
your
we'll
full
save
name.
that. We'll save that for later. Maybe we can get a pot going to see if we can get the DM to try to pronounce it.
Oh, no, 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 no.
All
I'll tell you
right.
what, if somebody contributes $15 as a tip, I will try to say the full name. $15 though.
That's good. Let's do it.
Just got to say the word DM in the message when you donate, and I'll know what you mean. Okay, so Wenny, Coco Pop, Wenny Pop. A day ago, you entered the Underdark to pay a visit to a circle of myconids. Did I say that right? Anybody know?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah.
Who had once welcomed you as family. But you never made it there. Only hours after entering the tunnels and caves, you were ambushed by drow and knocked unconscious. When you woke, you felt the cold, heavy weight of metal tight around your throat and wrists. You were fitted with a collar around your neck, and from the front of it came a chain that was attached to the manacles binding your wrists. Your outer garments were gone, including your boots. You were stuck there, basically in your underoos. The drow lifted you to your feet, and you shivered from the cold as they shoved you along, taking you somewhere as their prisoner. One of them carried your pack, another carried your weapons. The 4 drow had split whatever gold you carried. Eventually, your captors led you into a very large cavern and brought you to a halt, waiting. Several minutes passed, and then you heard creaking from above. Looking up, you see a large basket being lowered from the darkness above. When it's set down on the ground, the 4 drow loaded into the basket, roughly dragging your small form with them. Then you felt a heavy sensation as the basket began to rise upward toward the dark ceiling of the cavern. Eventually, giant stalactites came into sight, and then a ledge. 2 Quaggoth, if I said that one right, reached out and pulled the basket onto the ledge, and then the drow led you out. Roughly shoving you along the ledge, you were surprised when they led you through one of the giant stalactites. It had been hollowed out to provide a space for a number of guards, which the 4 drow handed you off to. As they walked away, the 2 guards who had custody of you now, also drow, took hold of your arms and nearly lifted you off your feet as they dragged you along through a southwest doorway. As the Actually, it is southeast now that I think about it. Along a wood and rope bridge and up to a chamber that had a barred door blocking entry. One of the drow shouted at the prisoners inside the next chamber. There were many prisoners held within behind the barred door. Then they opened the door, quickly locking it behind you after they shoved you in. Tumbling to the floor, you quickly scrambled to your feet and looked around you. There were many prisoners in this cell, each of them staring at you, making you uncomfortable. So, Wenny, this is your opportunity to introduce your character.
So when Lavish is a forest gnome, he has a big white beard and white hair, and he's in his undergarments, which in this case is what is essentially a large handkerchief that he ordinarily wears wrapped around his neck, except for meal times when he uses it as a bib. He's got that sort of tied around his waist in a desperate attempt at modesty. He's on the younger side for a gnome, and he is missing his equipment. The first thing he looks down to determine is his boots are gone, which means his thieves' tools are gone because he always hides them in his boot. Um, who's in the room with me?
Uh, you have, let me just move y'all over to the right map here. Do. Forgot to drag the banner over. You should be changing your screen now.
Yep.
Ah.
There we go. Do you see the screen now?
I sure do.
Okay, now, just to point out, our humans have 6 feet of dark vision, 3 feet dimming, mainly because most people can see a little bit in the dark, so I just gave that 6 feet for you. It also helps you find your token when you're in the dark. Okay, so you see around you, there's probably 13 other people in this cell, maybe a few more. You see an orc. You see a skinny human. You see deep gnomes, a couple of deep gnomes who look fairly young. You even see a drow. You see some a quaggoth here. You see a fish-like creature. You see a dwarf. You even see a mushroom, or something that looks like a mushroom.
Okay. Based on my history with the Myconids, would I know how to communicate with the mic, how to initiate conversation with this Myconid that's in here?
You would be able to. You would be the only one that would be able to at this point, unless it
Okay.
initiated with others.
Okay, I'm gonna try to start a conversation with the Myconid first,
Okay. Did
and
you
I will start.
describe your character?
Yeah,
Mental
you
block
know,
here.
yeah. There's not much to describe at this point other than he's a gnome with a big white beard and white hair, um, and he's a bit of an amateur archaeologist, so he's used to going down to the Underdark looking for
Okay.
treasures and whatnot. So this is quite disturbing to him to be waylaid like this.
Now
Um,
the fish-like creature and the dwarf are standing near him. Actually, the dwarf is sitting down with her back against the wall of the cave of the cell. And
okay, I'll approach as close as I can get without stepping on him,
okay.
and I will greet the Myconid with my classic gnomish greeting, Shmeebalak.
You hear. At first, you get no response, and then it kind of shivers a little bit in anticipation. And then in your mind, you hear it respond, and you hear a voice say, "Hello. Do you
I'm
know
gonna.
my kind?"
I have some very good friends of your kind, and I was actually on my way to meet them, and I was captured, and I was hoping maybe you were of the same clan.
Uh, I don't know what clan I belong to. I know that I come from the city of Myconids, um, but my memory is a little lapse right now. My name is Stool, though, that much I know.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Winnie.
Hello, Winnie. It
How
will
long
be
have you been
nice to
here?
talk to someone.
I'm sure. How long have you been stuck in here?
Weeks. It has been weeks. They intended to ship us all out, but the caravan or the group, whoever was supposed to show up to that they were going to give us to, has not yet shown. It appears to be running late.
Well, that's something, I guess.
Yes.
What is question for the DM? Can I see outside of the door?
You
Is
can
it
see
bars or
out
is
the
it a solid
bars.
door?
You can see it's like a jail cell with the bars and stuff.
Okay.
You can see the stalactite that you were ushered through. The door is closed now,
Okay.
but
Is
it does have a barred window where occasionally you'll see a drow peek out through the barred window checking on the
Okay.
prisoners.
how large is this Myconid?
Oh, he is. Let me see if I have a image I can show you. Stool. Do. Oh, I'm holding this. Let me do a quick search and see if they have a handout for this guy. Nope, no handout. Okay. Plan B. He has you should have an image up on your screen if it popped up.
It hasn't popped up for me yet.
Yeah, me neither.
It just popped up on the stream, so
Oh, cool. Okay. So he's like full size, not like diminutive.
well, he is a smaller one. He's young. I would say he's probably in human years he would be considered a late teen, maybe early 20s.
Okay. Well, I will offer to him. Listen, stick next to me, and at the very least, if we can get out of here, I'll try to get you back to your own kind. Maybe they can help you find your home.
I thank you, my friend. But be careful who you trust here. I've been watching, and
I was going to ask if you made friends with anyone in here.
um, the lady dwarf next to me, she seems trustworthy.
Okay.
Her name is Eldith, and there might be one or two people that might be trusted, but I'm not sure who.
Okay. Can you repeat the name of the dwarf, please?
Eldith. It is
Eldith.
spelled. Well, her full name is Eldith Feldrun. Eldith is Eldeth. Feldrun is Feldrun.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Kino.
Yes, that's me.
Captured by the drow. You wouldn't wish this fate upon anyone, yet here you are, locked in a dark, crowded cave with other prisoners, each with their own story to tell. You are all being held in an underground outpost far from the warming light of the sun. It is cold in the cave, and the drow have taken the outer garments of every prisoner and have offered no blankets for warmth. Even your boots are gone. Looking down, you gaze at your filthy feet, sighing. You have been a prisoner for 9 long days. and in that time you have kept mostly to yourself, taking in your surroundings, looking for any chance to escape. Because the guards force their prisoners to do tasks that they themselves have no wish to do, you have managed to gather a few loose items. Some of them could be helpful, some perhaps not. But another man's trash is your treasure at this point. The sound of guards approaching draws your attention. The drow have led yet another prisoner to the cell, a gnome. A few moments later, he is roughly shoved into the cell, and the drow laugh as they take their leave. You watch as the newcomer stands and takes in his surroundings, and then approaches the I forget what their race is called already. Myconid. As his eyes pass over you, you see no fear within them, only a calculating mind. Kino, you can go ahead and introduce your character now.
All right. Kino is a human. He's about 5'9" ish, very not very skinny, but yet a little skinny. Brown hair, nice brown beard, and he's also got patches of what looks like a rash across his body. And he's pretty trustworthy, especially the circumstance of being a prisoner, trying to make friends where he can for survival reasons. And then seeing the new guy come in, he's gonna look over at his buddy Ront here. Ront, get a load of this new guy going over there talking to the mushroom.
Sorry, I was distracted there. Ront looks at you. The orc, he's a grumpy orc, and he's really quite the bully. He doesn't really consider you his buddy. In fact, he thinks you're only being nice to him in the hopes that he will not harm you. He sees it as weakness. He says, "Leave me alone, human. I have no desire to talk to you, and I could care less what that little gnome is up to."
I'm telling you, Ron, me and you are gonna get out of here, buddy. We're gonna be the bestest of friends, promise you.
Whatever. Anything else you would like to do?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Just give Ron a smile.
Zargos, you've been a prisoner for 7 days now, and you've spent that time cooperating with the drow because you have no other choice. You've gathered a few items while assigned to work details, but very little worthwhile, except a shard of flint rock with a sharp point and an edge to it. Good enough to use as a weapon if it comes to it. You also managed to find a short piece of rope and a gem. You are not the only human in the cell. There is one other. You have not spoken to him yet, but you've been watching him. You've seen him gathering scraps of items during the infrequent outings to do slave labor, just as you have been doing. His eyes show he is thinking of escape. You could use an ally, but how do you know who can be trusted? And you can introduce your character now.
Right, so my character is Sargos Aragon. He is a ranger. He was working on a mission tracking a noble who became lost, hired by the noble's father, and went to the Underdark and got jumped by dark elves and got imprisoned. Most of the time here in this cell, if you want to call it, he's been trying to think of ways to escape. I mean, knowing that he is by himself, he doesn't know anybody else in here, and he's been watching people around him to see who could be trustworthy in order to make it out of this place. When he sees the movement, the things happening when the gnome came in, and he's paying attention to the gnome. You can't really see much of his face, but he keeps it down. But he's keeping an eye on him.
Okay. Is that all you're doing right now? Would you like to talk to anybody or move about the room or anything?
No, for now.
Okay. Before I introduce the next character, I can't believe I have to do this. You can guess what's coming. It seems we got that $15 donation.
Yes.
Draconicus tipped $15 and said, DM, say the name. Oh boy.
Thank you, Draconicus.
Oh man. Well, first off, thank you for the donation and the support. I'm so glad you're here to watch us. I'm not so glad I have to say this long name. Oh boy. Just give me 1 second so I can get a good look at this name. Okay. The name is... Waiting for the page to come up. It's hiding the name. That's funny. Okay. When lavish, Fezzueg, Pista. This is so long. Blanketerna, Wixsoap. Did I say it right?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess now.
You can see it. I want to see how long it is.
Oh, it is long. It is really long. I will put it in chat, I guess. And just so the viewers can see it, that is one name. Did I even come close to it, Jeff? You're muted, Jeff.
Wixit is the only one that you were not exactly right on. Everything else was good.
Really?
Wixit.
Hey, I came close.
Maybe we can learn the history of the names as we go along. This is a long campaign.
Can you say the full name yourself?
Winlavish, Feziveg, Pista, Blinky Terna, Wixit.
Let me guess. You came up with this one when you were knocked out.
He was drinking gin.
So wasted.
So I came up with Winlavish Wixit, and the rest of the names were added as when he was given nicknames from other players, other characters.
And that was Draconicus who forced me to say that long word or name. We also got another $15 donation from an anonymous tipper who has given Kino dark vision for the remainder of the campaign.
Well, thank you, Anonymous. That's going to help.
Whoa, that's huge.
Yes, that is. I have my Discord popping up constantly, so let me just exit that because it's driving me crazy. And I will add, there's that long name again. I will add Kino's dark vision. 60, 30. And boom, you have dark vision. Of course, you're in a lit room right now, so it's a little hard to tell, but whoever that anonymous donor was, we do appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And
Yes, thank you.
Whisper Josephine, please stop contributing to the +1 weapon.
So, Peter, I mean, if I may, since no one paid the money. So, as Kino's just sitting there talking to his best friend Runt, he starts blinking a lot. And he's like, my eyes. And he looks up and he notices that all the darker shades in the room are a bit brighter, or at least clear. Like, whoa, that was weird.
And he gets this vibe from somewhere. Someone just donated $15 to something, and boom, I can see.
Somebody out there paid a good sum of money for this, I think. I don't know. What do you think,
I don't
Ron?
know, but now I can see.
And I happen to know who that anonymous donor was. Let's see.
Thank you, Francisco.
That brings us to Tavius and Seraphim. You both arrived together, each captured by the same drow hunting party, but you weren't captured at the same time. You've each taken the other's measure, but neither of you spoke before arriving at this outpost, which your captors had called Villenvelve. Villenvelve. Yeah. Man, I should have changed all these names. Nor have you spoken to anyone after you were deposited into this cell. Since you arrived, you have both learned that your captors include a cruel drow priestess who calls herself Mistress Ilvera of House Mizrim. That could have been much harder. Over the past 2 days, since you were captured, you've met her several times, robed in silken garments and flanked by 2 male drow guards, one of whom has a mass of scars along one side of his face and neck. Mistress Ilvera likes to impress her will with Scourge in her hand and remind all of the prisoners that your life now belongs to her. Accept your fate, learn to obey, and you may survive. Her words echo in your memory, even as you plot your escape. Tavius, you may now introduce your character.
Okay, I am Tavius Thunderwood. I am a monk who has been hunting drow for attacking my village, and I'm seeking revenge. So part of me, this is like the best thing that could happen is going into their camp. And it's also like, oh shit, I'm in their camp. I am male. I have light green eyes, green hair, medium build, very buff, strong. Yeah, that's me. You said there was another drow in here, right?
Yes, there is a drow in here.
Where are they?
Right where I'm pinging.
Okay, I'm gonna move to the opposite side of the room to resist the urge of attacking them, because I blame all drow for what happened to my people.
Okay.
And I have to remember what my sensei taught me of, survive first, fight later, because if you're dead, you can't fight. So yeah, it's a struggle.
Wise words. And Seraphim, you can introduce your character now.
Yeah, so Seraphim is a tiefling male. He's fairly large, although you wouldn't really notice that unless you stood up. Most of the time that he spent in the jail or in prison, he would have spent sitting off in an area by himself, away from people. He doesn't exactly like being around others. So being in a prison cell with multiple people is not exactly his favorite thing in the world, to say the least. Um, he's fairly well built. His undergarments look they look fairly ragged, but you get the hint that at one point they were pretty nice.
Okay. You've both been captive for 2 days. You arrived the day before this into the cell. You've been on a few work details. You haven't had much opportunity to find anything of use. The best you could do, I think, might have been spiders to
Yep.
keep you company.
Spiders and some rope.
Oh, you found some rope.
Found some rope, yeah.
Oh,
Yes, Seraphim has some rope as well.
well, there you go. You're rich. Richer than the gnome that just entered. Okay, so from that point, I can close that window, open this one. You are free to. You've all been introduced. You all know how you got here now, for the most part, or at least that you've been here for days. I will say that all of the other prisoners, the NPCs here, were all here before any of you got here. So they have been held captive longer than you.
I would like to walk up close to the door and look around for anything that may have been dropped with food or whatever was coming in, like right down to a piece of wire, a piece of string, anything that might be in this area.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception. You see a button.
I'll take it.
It's just outside the bars.
Oh,
You can reach through the bars, though.
is there can I listen to see if anybody is in that corridor or whatever was outside of the door?
You can listen, and you can angle to, kind of angle yourself. If you move to the left, you could probably see a little distance around.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm satisfied that I can get away with grabbing that button, I'm going to reach for it.
Okay. You reach through the bars and quickly snatch it with your skilled hands. I'm not going to make you roll sleight of hand on that because there were no drow guards looking at the barred window in the guard tower, stalactite. Okay. And there's no guards that would have seen you because you moved quick enough to grab that button. The button itself is black. It is about an inch in diameter with 4 little holes through the middle of the button for thread.
Okay. I will hold that in my hot little hand.
Alrighty. If your undergarments are loose, maybe you could find thread and use it to hold your undergarments up.
Luxury.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they would like to do? Anyone they would like to approach or talk to?
Are there human prisoners So wait, all the guys on the side that aren't us, those they've been here longer than we have, right?
Uh, the only humans are you and Kino.
Okay.
Wait, you're elf, right?
I'm an elf.
Yeah, the only humans are Kino and Zargos.
Okay. What do these guys appear to be?
Those are deep gnomes. They're twins. Not exact identical twins, but they are twins.
Okay.
And they're kind of huddled together, looking around with distrust at everybody.
How about this woman?
That is a dwarf. She's got long red hair. She is sitting with her back against the wall, but she looks tense and ready to act at any moment if anybody tries to do her harm. And
Okay.
she seems to be sticking close to the mushroom-like creature, maybe protecting it.
I want to ask her what's the routine here?
Whom are
You've been here long. You've been here longer than I have.
You're going to ask the dwarf woman?
Yes.
Okay. She looks at you, and by the way, I made the NPC tokens a little smaller because
Okay.
there would have been no room for y'all to move
Yeah.
about if I hadn't. She looks at you, hesitates for a moment, but sees something in your eyes that perhaps honor, and she decides to place her trust in you. She knows that the drow hate all other elven species, so she knows that you're not working with the drow at the very least. And she can tell by your build that you are a warrior. So she says, "You want my advice, man?
Yeah.
My advice is not to start any trouble. There are some deadly threats all around us, including here in this cell."
Are you one of them?
Only if I am forced to be one of them. I am
Well,
a woman, a warrior of honor.
I would try not to get on your bad side.
That would be very wise indeed. And she glances around. Don't let that orc push you around. He tends to start trouble, but he'll back down if you show him what's what, if you know what I mean.
I appreciate the advice.
You are very welcome, good sir.
Are they talking in common?
Undercommon.
Yeah. Undercommon.
Another comment. Okay, so I'm listening to that. When she said that she was a warrior of honor, did I believe that? I mean, the way that she said it, was there any hesitancy or?
I'm not going to make you roll for that. As far as you can tell, there's no reason she. You can tell by her stature, even as she's sitting there. As she was talking to Tavius, she was straightening her posture, making herself look strong. You can see the muscle on her arms. And you do know that mountain dwarves are known to be tough competitors and fighters. And so I don't think you would have any reason not to believe her. But, I mean, these are all strangers to you. And really, any one of them could have a deep, dark secret somewhere. Or
Right,
they could
and
be
that's
the
the main
most
reason.
honorable of prisoners.
Right. And that's the main reason what I have been, scouting or analyzing the the area before. I've been here for 7 days and still haven't really said anything. Um,
In
is
that
there any
7
way that I
days,
can?
you haven't seen her act in a way that would say otherwise than what she's claimed.
Okay. Is there a way that I can use the flint chart that I have to, I don't know, try to unlock my shackle?
Well, the way these manacles work, the collar is metal. It's got like
Okay.
an iron ring in the front and a chain connected to that, and then your hands have manacle handcuffs connected with chain in between, and that chain from the collar is connected to the middle of the chain between your hands.
How
And,
much space is there in between your hands?
you are able to open them 2.5 to 3 feet
Okay.
because they need you to have some freedom of movement in order to do the labor.
Do stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But where is the lock or the where would the key go?
Um,
It's
there,
on the back.
there is a keyhole in the back of the collar and
Okay.
in the bottom of each cufflink or manacle.
Would it be possible that I could try picking, or I mean, I'm not a thief or a rogue, but
Um, well, this flint shard that you have found is. Wish I had something I could use as an example.
It's more like a dagger than
Yeah, it is more like a dagger, although
than like
maybe
a
a
dagger.
maybe a thin dagger. It's about 6 inches long
oh wow, okay.
and maybe 1.5 inches wide. Does have an edge to it, so that you could cut through something, and it does have a point on one end.
Okay.
I actually might have a picture of what it could look like here.
It's like a kunai.
I actually think I posted the picture in the Discord.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah,
A
I don't.
kunai is a very good similarity.
Yeah, I don't have the picture uploaded here. So
Yeah, it's like a kunai. I think.
I might be able to upload it though. And so you. Actually, here we go. It's uploading.
And Kino, how many days have you been here?
I've been here for 9.
9 years. 9 days. Years, I said years. 9 days. Okay. So yeah, of course, when I came here, you were already here.
I don't know how to show this to you. I'll just create a handout.
It's all right.
Do, 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 do.
It just would not fit in the lock, right? That's
Yeah, no. More like a
Okay.
cutting tool. Or a
and
stamping.
anything that might have missed in my, underneath me, behind me, in my surroundings.
Okay, it should be popping up anytime now.
Right, I see. Uh-huh.
If you zoom in on that, you'll see the flint
Yeah.
shards, some examples. They're nothing fancy. They're just kind of twisted a little bit. There. That way our viewers can see them too.
Okay.
That should give you... You can also see the spider, the piece of rope. I think one of you found a gold coin. One or two of you found the gemstone. The
Mhm.
hand crossbow bolt. There's an example of it there, and a rusted iron bar that could be used as a club are shown. So, your spiders all look the same.
Okay.
So,
I actually like my spiders.
you have 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
Did you name them?
Not yet.
They are not poisonous, though, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else want to ask any questions or?
I want to continue talking to the dwarf
Okay.
and ask, do you know anything about the drow that's in here with us?
DM, before
Shouldn't
you
be up
answer,
there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
Win
no, you-
Lavish is going to eavesdrop on this conversation.
Okay.
And I think given the size of the cell, we're all eavesdropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to not.
She says, I believe his name is Sereth. Sereth K something.
As correct.
Sorry.
Correct.
Correct.
Kez Carrot.
Sorry.
Something like that. He's sullen and keeps to himself. And anytime anyone tries to talk to him, well, let's just say in an unfriendly manner, he tells them he doesn't wish to talk. But no one has challenged him since he's come here.
I would like to go over to him and be like, hey, why are you in here? Shouldn't you be out there with your buddies?
He looks at you and sneers. And he says, You dare speak to me, paleface? I should slit your throat. I would slit your throat if I had a weapon. Leave
Hey.
me alone.
I would do the same thing if I had the chance.
Leave me be. I do not wish to speak.
Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna stay up in his personal space. I'm not gonna talk to him. I'm just gonna kind of be there.
He glares at you, but he doesn't seem to be moving to attack or anything. He does stand up because he was sitting down.
Okay.
He does stand up and leans his back against the wall and kind of loosely crosses his arms, ready to act if you pose any kind of threat.
Okay.
Zargos, are you doing anything?
Yeah. I actually wanted to, since Tavius is right next to me, just make a sign or something for him to see, and then so he can approach me. Do you come, or
Yeah.
You approach?
You do the little finger come here.
like like what I did to my kid? Like, you're in trouble.
Get over here. Yeah.
And then I whisper to you, I'm ready to get out of here.
And I whisper back, aren't we all?
I show you the card that I have. I said, this is my key out of here. Are you in?
Just the two of us? Hell no. But if you can get some more allies, I'll take you up on that. As much as I want to kill all of these drow, I know that the moment I try and escape, I'm screwed.
Out of the corner of your eye, Zargos, you notice that the drow sees the flint shard at the same time that Tavius does.
But
But
did he?
he quickly
I
looks
tried to be
away,
really.
shaking his head.
Hmm. I mean, I was trying to not to show it to him particularly. Um,
Yeah,
okay,
but we're all within like 10 feet of each other.
Yeah.
right.
He rolled
But
a
if my
14.
back is okay, okay. So, but I say I've been watching the other human here and the tiefling for a few days now, and I think they're trustworthy.
What makes you so sure?
The way they behave, and I don't know. You may call it a sixth sense.
If you mean Kino by the tiefling, he's actually human.
Um,
I
think
know.
he's
I
referring to
thought
me.
by the picture. Oh, okay.
Is he a tiefling?
Are you
Kino-
who are you referring to?
this guy or
No.
or this guy?
Yeah, this is a human right here, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I
This
am
is
human.
a tiefling,
Okay.
and this is a tiefling, right? So this is Tino, and this is Seraphim, right?
Yep.
Doesn't have a name under him.
Right.
He
I
doesn't.
don't know if you know that.
No, he does not.
It's turned on.
Do I hear you say that I am trustworthy?
If you heard,
I don't know. Perception?
I'm whispering, but I don't know. That would be up to the
You
DM.
can roll a perception check
Against what?
Just to see if he hears you.
against Sheesh.
Sleight
I
of
don't
hand?
know.
That'd probably be
Stealth?
stealth.
I mean,
Stealth?
It'd be stealth.
Stealth?
It would be stealth.
Yeah. Stealth.
Okay, I'm really good at that.
Guess not.
+8. Okay.
Oh, Zargos, you have a +8. That's added in, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's added in already.
So
Rolled a
That
7.
was a 7 plus an 8.
I just
plus
rolled
a
7.
6.
Seraphim rolled a 16.
Yeah. So he heard me.
Yep. Okay. So yes, you heard.
Seraphim is going to try really hard not to laugh, but he is going to act as if he's not paying any attention to the conversation.
Okay. Now we could do
I'm gonna-
perception to see if they see you smirking. No, I'm kidding.
I'm going to say.
I would say, why not?
Back to Zalgos. As long as we have nothing to do with that drow over there, then I'll follow.
And I nod.
And I'm
Jeff,
gonna move away.
I'm sorry, Peter. So what's the routine here every day? I mean, I've been here for 7 days now. I guess
Yeah.
that we
um,
already know if there's times that we go out, how many trials come in.
well, you and who was the other one that was here 9 days?
Me, Kino.
Okay.
You know,
You and Kino, well, pretty much everybody but Wenny would know that they feed you 2 times a day, and it's not good. It's, mushy stuff.
Mhm.
It could be the inside of spiders for all you know. And about twice a day they take a work detail out to do some work. And the work varies between cleaning up filthy areas to most of it is cleaning. Some of it is, I don't know, just whatever they can think of. Sometimes you have to work the basket that lowers guards to the ground and that sort of thing, or prisoners to do some work. There's a number of different chores that they have you do.
But they open up the door and they let us out all together, or separately.
They take about 4 people each, 4 to 5 people each work detail.
And I assume it's never the same people.
Correct. I mean,
Yeah.
you might be teamed twice
As
in a
much as
row
they
with
can.
the same
Yeah.
one or two same people, but
They try not to. They try to vary it up.
yeah.
Okay, that's good.
How many guards coming in the cell?
None of them come into the cell. They stand outside the door. They make the prisoners move to the back of the cell normally, or away from the door at least, before they basically say, okay, you, come. So, and when they have somebody come in, they have you all move as well.
How often do people come in? Is there a regular schedule?
Winnie is
Or you just,
probably the first person in a couple of days.
Okay.
DM, is there a sewer in here?
One sec. Sorry.
You're good.
The old COVID's still acting up a little bit with the lungs. While there is a bucket in the chamber you're in, they just have buckets, a bucket to pee in or poop in, and there is no privacy. The drow, when you've cleaned their quarters as a work detail, you've seen that they have a fancier bucket,
Right. Okay.
and they have you empty these buckets over the side into the water below. Which, by the way, there you have noticed that below these stalactites is a lake, a pond that is fed by a waterfall coming out of the rock behind the stalactites. So, and between the pond, just below the stalactites, there is webbing. You've never seen anything other than some skeletons on the webbing.
Webbing, like spider webbing?
Yeah.
Okay.
DM, I'd like to speak to the dwarf with the red hair. I want to make sure I have her name right.
It's hard to see your name.
Eldith.
Eldith. Okay. And what did she say her last name was?
Feldrun.
You hate me, don't you?
Feldrun. Feldrun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feldrun.
Thank you. I didn't get that part. Okay, great. So I will approach her and just mention that. How do I want to do this? I'll just mention to her that I noticed that she sticks pretty close to the to Mr. Stool.
Okay.
There's
And
another mushroom there too, though, right?
there should be a pop-up of her too right now, showing what she looks like. Well,
There is not.
it was up in my. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, I see it on Discord.
Yeah, it popped up on the.
Yeah, I see it on Twitch, but it's not on.
Oh, okay.
It might take a second. If anything is ever delayed, here's some advice for you. If you click the gear in the top right menu, where the player sheets, the journal, and all that is, and the chat button up top there, the gear, if you scroll down on there, there is a reconnect button. That will pretty much make everything appear right away that is being delayed. It's better than refreshing your page. and it will save you a bit of time that way. Um, Also, something I forgot to mention. Um, I have a policy with D&D Play 20 against swearing. So make sure nobody swears, and if you do, I will give disadvantage for your next roll. Okay?
Okay.
Alrighty, so, and by the same token, I have a policy. If I refer to your character as a she of the wrong pronoun, then and you call me out on it, you get inspiration. This is because I'm not used to the whole pronoun thing, and I want to be considerate of the transgender community and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to train myself to think properly on that.
So basically, what you're saying is I should give myself a very strange pronoun and make it so that you never remember.
No.
I think that's called metagaming.
But I will say this: we have a viewer whose name is Cam, and she goes by the pronoun of them or they. And if I ever refer to her as she or her, you could call me out on that. And
Like you just did twice.
Right.
oh no, I was explaining it then. Wait,
Right, but
Who's
you
that
still
person?
should have said they and them both times.
Yeah.
The whole point is that you refer to it
well,
every time. You don't refer to the wrong thing to explain the right thing.
uh,
You refer.
but
you
I
use
am
the right thing to
explaining
always
the
refer the correct.
situation.
Right, but you could have just said they prefer to go by they them. You didn't have to start
Hush
by
up,
doing correct
Jacob.
ones.
Starting now.
I thought you were a paladin, not a lawyer.
Huh?
I thought
What's
he
the
was a
difference?
paladin and not a lawyer.
We're starting that now on this campaign.
Hey, by the way, Peter, did my character also get the dark vision? Because Newborn Nerd said earlier that he did that, but I don't know.
Well, each donation is for one character, which I
Right.
feel bad saying because you donated for that. So, but you're a doctor, so hey, you're richer than me. But I am not a dog, wife. I am a dog. But I'll tell you what. Since you're a player and since you donated, I will give you the dark vision as well. Fair enough?
I actually donated twice.
Oh, you donated twice?
That's what I did.
Well, dude, man.
I don't know if you saw it.
I'll tell you
Alright.
what. Since you donated twice, I'm
You
gonna
get
give
double
you.
the dark vision.
I'm gonna give you a buy two get one free deal.
Nah, I don't need it. I enjoy playing, so I'm fine with it.
You sure? Because you could get something extra out of this.
It's up to you. Whatever you think.
You can hold it in reserve in case you croak or somebody croaks. You have a bank of a $15 credit. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Got it. All right. Appreciate that.
And make note in your character notes. So
Okay. So did I get it then? I mean, is my character gonna be able to?
yes, I just added dark vision to you.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. And let's see. Once again.
Is that go? Let's see.
Oh, I thought you deleted your character for a second there. Let's see. When he did something. Seraphim, would you like to do anything else?
Nope. Seraphim is just observing everything that's going on.
Okay. As any of you who have tried to work any magic in this cell, you realize that there are magical wards preventing the use of magic while you are in the cell. The wards extend to the entire outpost. So until you're out of this outpost, you won't be able to perform any magic at all, unfortunately. I know that is no fun, but hey, guess what? Right then, as Wenny is just starting to feel a little more comfortable, two drow guards come up to the bars out of the guard post, I guess we'll say.
Yeah.
And they yell for everybody to get to the back of the cave now. And
Real
Okay.
quick, would I be able to get to do something before this? Because I'm the only one that hasn't done anything yet.
say your character name, because
Kino.
oh, Kino, I thought I had you do something. Go ahead.
I thought you were
not yet.
listening.
Yeah, I was listening. That's about it. So, Kino's gonna stand up, kind of like stretch, whisper over to Runt, and kind of like eye where his the iron bar he got from his last job is kind of sitting. Look at Runt, look at the bar, and kind of just like turn away from it.
Wants like, go away.
Runt, we will be friends. Kino says in his head. That's all.
In
I
his
Wanted to see if
head.
he's gonna. No, in my head, Kino's like, we are gonna be friends.
Oh.
Does he take the bar?
Oh, you handed him a bar?
Well, not. I didn't want to hand it to him. I'm like getting his attention to look at where I hit it in my little corner.
You're giving the guy who doesn't like you a weapon.
Well, he is an orc. We're gonna need the muscle.
I mean, still.
Kino thinks in his head.
Wenny, do you retreat from the bars into the other half of the room?
DM, can I ask, is this alcove here big enough for a gnome to hide in?
Under normal circumstances, you could probably stealth there, but they're looking right at you right now. So
Yeah. Against my better judgment, no, I'm gonna stay right here.
Oh, really?
I'm watching this with full-on interest. Boy, oh boy.
The guards say
Topic test subject.
one of the
I'm eating
guards.
imaginary popcorn.
No, that conflict test subject to see what happens.
One of the guards glares at Winnie and says, "I said, get to the back of the room."
I think I'm gonna choose not to react. Here's a little reveal about Winnie. He does not tolerate bullies.
Oh,
Well,
you're going to
that's
get
not gonna
along
go
great with
well
the
in
orc.
prison.
Oh, you don't want to listen? Seems the new guy has an attitude. The other one's like, yeah, show them what we do with prisoners who get attitudes, man. And so the first guard lifts his crossbow and fires it at you. He rolls a 12.
I will
What's your AC?
well, hang on, I want to think about this. Where does the bolt land? It doesn't hit me. I want to try and
Doesn't hit
recover
you,
the
it's
bolt.
gonna it's gonna hit Kino. Probably.
Let's see who's in.
Or hey, if that's you know what, rather let me, is there a way I can make it look like it hit me? Can I try a deception?
Well, it hits someone else.
Not necessarily, because if they're drow, they're
It-
going to be
it
taller
would
than him.
hit-
They're going to shoot downwards.
It would
Yeah.
hit the orc if it misses you.
Ooh, that would be
I mean, I
good.
would say not necessarily.
In that case, I'll just it doesn't hit me, so I will nimbly dodge it and I'll just wait for whatever it is they're gonna do next.
That guy's a powerhouse. Maybe he'll just bust us out.
What's the AC on the orc?
Oh, that's a good point. Actually, it would miss the orc too.
Or maybe land in the on the floor.
It would either hit the orc. I don't think it would hit Eldith. It might hit this. Why can't I ping?
Buppido?
Yeah,
This guy here?
Bupido. Yeah,
Buppido?
it might hit him. Let's check his armor class. No, it would miss him too. So it would strike the wall behind him. Or you could try to snag it out of the air and pretend you didn't get it. That would require a sleight of hand and a deception. 10 or higher on both.
To try and snag it out of the air.
Sleight of hand, 10 or higher.
Yeah, I'll try that. Heck yeah.
Go ahead and roll.
All right, let's see what happens.
And you miss it.
Ah,
And then the
of
orc,
course.
Grant, sidesteps, and Bupido almost gets hit, but he ducks real quick in reaction, and it bounces off the wall above him. And let's see, the angle of that wall would make it go to my left a little bit. It lands in front of. You can see all the characters' names there, right?
Except for Kino.
Okay.
Yeah, except for Kino and this guy.
Okay,
Is that better?
that's Turvy.
That's kind of what I was going to figure his name was going to be, given his twin is Topsy.
It lands on the floor in front of Prince Darendil. Right about here.
I'm gonna try and grab it. Can I try
Okay,
and grab it?
sure.
What would I roll for that?
Let's
Or do I
go
just grab it?
sleight of hand, 10 or higher,
Okay.
versus
18.
Prince Darendil's sleight of hand. Oh, I really doubt he's going to beat you. His is going to be just a roll, a 20. Nope, he didn't get you. So,
So
you
I
snag
got-
it.
So I got an arrow. Awesome.
Yep, and it is dipped in drow poison.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, back to
Now I'll
Winnie.
go- Yeah, now I'll go back to the show.
Back to Winnie. Oh,
All right,
you think that you're swift, huh? And he starts the other drow while he starts reloading his crossbow. The other drow lifts his. It's my turn. It's my turn. And he takes a shot at you, Winnie. And let me just. He rolls a 19.
That's gonna hit.
Okay. It didn't roll my damage. 1d6 plus 2.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
A 4 plus 2 is 6.
Oh,
Not good.
It does 6 points of damage, and you must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
All right. Okay.
hey, nice meeting you for the first day.
Yeah.
It does look like you got advantage.
Oh,
Lycanthrope Jeff got you advantage.
I bought myself advantage. I will roll again. Sweet.
Nice.
Okay, that's a 21, Peter.
Okay, darn it. That 3 was good enough to be knocked out for an hour. Okay.
Who was it that reminded? Who was it that spotted the advantage?
That'd be me.
My thanks to you, sir.
Jacob, do you have moderating privileges on Twitch for chat?
I do not.
Okay. Give me a second, everybody, to just set that up because I need somebody to keep track of Pantheon point
Advantages.
rewards.
Yeah.
So I need to give Jacob some moderating privileges here. Community followers list. What is your Twitch username?
Ouroboros43. OROBOROS 43.
OROB
OROS
43. Hope that's you, because this person is about to get moderator privileges.
Yep.
You have moderator privileges now?
Yep.
Okay, on the bottom of the chat window, right next to the chat button is a little sword. If you click on that, it'll open up your moderator window, and on the left screen of the screen is a little bubble looking circle that is the rewards requests queue.
Okay.
And you can look at it there, or you can, under channel actions on the right hand bottom is on the left a queue that you can open up a separate window for. It's a little bubble looking. So, and you can now post links too.
Cool.
Alrighty, so if you could just keep track of the rewards, because that would be one more thing that I don't have to worry about. And Pug has subscribed, and also Newborn Nerd has gifted a subscription to Brandy LA. We do appreciate that. Really, we do. I love our viewers. They're awesome. So, let's see. Where were we?
Wenny was standing up to some drow guards.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just got shot.
Yeah, taking
Yep.
it in the face.
And I grabbed the
Okay, I'm not going to say that hits you in the face there, Winnie, because that would mean you have a crossbow bolt sticking out of your face.
That's pretty badass.
Gets him right here, and he's like, "Is that the best you got?" Let's say it hits you in the...
In between the eyes.
The shoulder.
Well, that would make it hard for you to lift. Let's say it hits you right in the side above the thigh, because they want you to be able to use your legs and your hands and arms to do work. And they're going to make you work. Sorry, one moment for a pause.
Well, at least we have another crossbow bolt, so that's useful.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it might be in you, but that's still something.
The guards open the door, and in this case, they both rush forward, drag Winnie to his feet because he's probably a little prone from being wounded, and then they toss him toward the back, and then step out of the cell again and say, "We would work him and teach him a lesson, but we want to actually get some work done. So they point at Kino, they point at Ront, and they point at Eldith, and then they point at Tavius and say, "You four, get out here." And they step back as my screen just changed. There we go. And that was her and Ron. Okay, so they lead you out of the cell. And make you get in line along the ledge outside the door. Are you able to exit the cell?
No.
No, we're stuck.
Okay.
They're gonna have to take the other 4.
Oh, I am.
Ah,
Okay, so let me make sure. There we go. So now you should be able to move, and they lead you up some steps. Now, Kino, you're experienced at this. You know, you've been along here before, and you immediately realize the duty that they're about to give you, and you're like, "Oh, great!" And they lead you all. I just resized. There we go. They lead you all to this door. It's a heavy wood oak door framed with iron. There are bars and a window in it. My window keeps changing every time I hit the Alt key. Driving me crazy. And they open the door. It is not locked. And there are 4 Quaggoth in there. A Quaggoth, let me do a pop-up for you so that you can see what these beautiful creatures look like. And show to players. You should have a pop-up there now, or about to be there. If you hit the reconnect button, it'll probably show up faster. It's also showing in the Twitch stream. These are called Quaggoth, and they are kept, they're basically, they have some intelligence to them, but they are completely in servitude to the drow. They're savage beasts. I mean, when they kill, they tear into people like wild animals with their claws. There is one Quagga in the cell with you, the prince, but no one has spoken to him yet. No one's had the guts to approach him even. They do have immunity to poison, just so you know.
Okay.
So, there are 4 of them in there. They were resting in their cell there. Or not their cell, but in their chambers. Let's move this where the viewers can see. And the guards open the door and shove you in, tell you to go in. Let me switch to the right window here. Yay. And I believe, nope, I can't I'll have to move you into that room as well. And they have you all go into the room. And they order you to clean the room up. This means changing the bedding. The Quaggoth have bones of their meals laying around. It is a pigsty. Consider it like a stall and a pig pen and a horse stall. They make you use your hands to shovel the poop out. The room stinks really bad, not just because the Quaggoth is there, but because their excrements are there. They apparently don't care where they relieve themselves, and they even sleep on bedding that has been wetted by nasty stuff. Okay, and so as you enter in there, the Quaggoths all stand and they back against the wall to give you time to room to work. The drow remain outside of this room to watch, but you notice that they're talking to somebody to the north of the room, even though you didn't see anything as you were ushered to this room. Kino, you know that there is a guard post hidden within the walls there. You don't know how many drow are in it, but these other two drow, they are talking like, yeah, we're stuck with this again. And you hear another voice in Elven, whoever speaks Elven, saying, well, actually, does anyone speak Elven?
Kino does.
I speak Elven. Seeing how
Tavius does, Kino does. Okay. I guess Tavius would have to.
Yeah.
Both of you recognize that what the words are being said, and the hidden voices are saying, "Ha, what's the matter? You stuck with the prisoners again?" And another voice says, "Yeah, man, you're really having fun out there, aren't you?" And the other guards are like, "Oh, come on. You know we don't like this kind of duty. You wouldn't want to do this, would you?" "Yeah, but we're not stuck with it." You know, they're not all that smart. And so, as they're talking, the four of you turn to face the Quaggoth. And the first one to step forward and to show that she's not afraid is Eldith. And she steps forward, sighs, looks back at the remaining three of you, and says, "Well, the sooner we get started, the sooner we'll be done with this mess." And so she starts
It is indeed.
grabbing some bedding, and leading it toward the door. Excuse me. And the elves out there direct her to dump the bedding over the side of the ledge. And so she carries them out there, tosses them over the side, and comes in to grab some more. Ron, he also steps forward, and he stands in the middle of the room, and he looks at the Quaggoth, and he growls. And one of the Quaggoths say, "Yeah," and points down, like, "get to work," type of thing. And so the orc growls again, and then he bends over and starts scooping up bedding that is really nasty and smelly, and he takes it to the door as well and dumps it over the ledge, then comes back in. And so Tavius, you're the furthest into the room. What do you do?
I guess I will join in
Okay.
and grab some bedding. But as I pass Kino, I pause for a second and I'm like, "Hey, we get to go outside. The guards are outside by the ledge. You want to just push them over?" And then I keep walking.
Okay. And here's another tip for the players. If you find the snapping to the grid is inconvenient, you can actually hold down your Alt key and not be held to the confines of the grid when you're moving your token.
Oh, thank you.
So, and that is, unfortunately, opens the top menu, which is why my screen keeps changing. I should just show my top menu. That would probably make it better for me. Menu bar, there. Now it won't happen anymore. So that might actually allow you to go through the doors too, now that I think about it.
Nope.
No? Okay. Well, let's just pretend that you carry it out the door. And,
Yeah.
And you toss it over the side. As you're standing out there and tossing it, you have a moment to glance around. Do you look at the guards? Do you try to see in that little guard post? Do you try to look down at the water below or the webbing?
Yeah, I want to look down and gauge either how far it is to the webbing or to the water below.
Okay. It's about. It's a little bit hard to see, but it would be harder for the people below, anybody below, to see up to you, because the outpost is enshrouded in darkness. But you can judge it to be about 100 feet down to the water.
Okay.
Okay. Kino, what are you doing?
Is going to also help. When he goes outside to throw the straw, he wants to take a look at the guards and see if mayhaps one of them has a key.
Actually, you've been here long enough to know. Well, roll a insight check. Eight or higher.
Nope.
I got half an 8.
Okay. You don't see a key on him, but you do know that one of the guards, at least, used the key to open the door to the cell that they pulled you out of.
So as he's coming back in for the second, I guess, load of straw, he's going to say, we should try to get one of the keys off one of the guards first before we push him into the water. Because if they go over and they have the key, then the others are locked in.
It's true.
Now, I can tell you this. You know that there are 2 guards out there, and there's 2 guards in the little guard post just to the north of there that you don't have entry into. And considering every guard you've seen has carried a hand crossbow, you would be in the line of fire. Also, the guard post across from the cell, they have a clear line of sight to the cell and to where you are working. That is a central guard post that has a line of sight to all of the outpost.
So we're probably going to have to wait for another detail, something a little farther away.
And to the ground below.
Well, as I'm moving more to and bedding out the door, I want to get to the edge, get to the ledge, pause and look at the drow and just be like, this reminds me a lot of you. The smell, the color, the appeal. You just kind of like stick it in their face and then throw it over the edge.
Okay. I'm going to move your token over here.
Yep.
It'd help if I use the correct window to do it. The drow looks at you, sneers, and then tries to backhand you.
Okay.
And let me just pull up their... Okay. They have a +4 to hit.
Okay.
I don't have a backhand option on here, though.
Would just be an unarmed strike, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the normal stats on an unarmed strike?
1 plus your strength modifier.
Okay. That would be a +2. So he rolls a 14 plus 2 is 16.
That misses. I have an AC of 17.
Ooh, you. When he swings his backhand at you, how do you react?
I duck out of the way, and then I go forward and just stick the poo right in his face, like on his face. To be like, aim better next time.
The other guard draws his short sword and tries to jab you in the side with it. He rolls a nat 20 for a total of 24.
That hits. Yeah, nothing I can do about that.
And he has a +2 for damage, so it would be 6 points of damage.
Okay, well, I'm going to stumble back into the cell.
You mind your manners, elf. We've got no reason to keep you alive.
I hate to say it, but isn't that a crit?
Oh!
Yeah, that is a crit.
Oh!
I'm gonna do another 2d6, another d6.
Without the bonus, right?
Right.
Another
That's
5
11
points. That's 11
I'm
points.
down.
You are unconscious.
Yep.
They
Well,
laugh.
guys, it was nice playing with all of you.
You're not permadead. They laugh at you and drag you out of the cell. And then they drag you to the other cell. Or, they drag you back to the cell. And that's when the woman appears that runs this entire thing. She was summoned. Well, let me just get her token here. And move her to the token layer. And she is called forth by another guard, and she casts heal on you and heals you to full strength. Okay? Back to full hit points. And then she looks down at you as you're laying on the ground and nods at her guard, and he comes over and he kicks you in the side painfully. And she says, I have no reason to keep you alive. So, the only reason that I bring you back is so that we can make you suffer some more if you step out of line again. Do not give my guards trouble. Do not talk smartly to them, or we will toss you down to the webs and let the spiders eat you. After we bleed you out. and then you're shoved back into the cell, and the guard points at Winnie and says, "You come out here. You're taking over his role." And so Winnie is pulled out. The priestess looks at Winnie. "Oh, you also seem to have been wounded, haven't you? It seems this new batch has an attitude. Well, your arms are small and your legs are short, but I imagine you can lift excrement as well as anybody else." And she heals you to full, Winnie. "Now take him to do his work. Oh, I do love my job." And then she walks away. Winnie, you are healed to full, and then you are led to where they are cleaning that cell, and you are put to work inside. It's not a cell, I keep calling it a cell, but inside these chambers. And the guard that escorted you there steps away for the other two guards to take control again.
Did I have an opportunity to try and steal anything from the guards while they were walking me up here?
The guard that walked you up, no, but after he turned away, the two guards outside the door of this chamber, you probably brushed against them as you went past them, because it's a thin ledge.
Okay.
So if you want to roll sleight of hand, if you're willing to risk it.
I'm always willing to risk it.
Oh
yeah.
Let me see what weapons these guys are carrying.
A key will be better.
Well, what were you trying to grab? A key or a weapon?
I'm honestly, Winnie would have been after whatever he could get his hands on, so DM's choice.
Well, your choice is a key, a short sword, a dagger, or crossbow bolt. The dagger, the short sword, and the bolt each have drow poison on them.
If you're giving me the choice, I'm going for the key, I guess.
Okay. You are able to lift one of the key off the southernmost drow. Your sharp eyes realize that they both carry keys, and the guard that escorted you up also had a key. So, operating on that assumption, you can assume that every guard carries a key.
Okay. I'm going to keep this well hidden from my compatriots in this stable for the moment.
Okay.
In the meantime, inside the cell, Sargos is trying to stabilize Tavius. I mean, he's unconscious, so either
no, I'm
he
conscious.
was. Oh, you're conscious?
I got healed back to full.
Yeah, he's fully healed.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Probably has a pretty good scar, but
Yeah.
And who was it that was trying to heal Winnie in the cell?
Oh, it was just. Yeah, but I can't heal, so it was just like
medical
caring for him or for his wound. But
well,
yeah.
Because I missed that, go ahead and take an inspiration. Mark your D&D Beyond character with an inspiration, because I should have given you the chance to role play that out, and I saw when you typed it in, but then when he got stabbed, I kind of forgot what you were doing. So.
And Zargos, Winnie won't forget that.
And so, in the meanwhile, after this happens, in the cell, you have Seraphim, Zargos, and now Tavius. Is it Tavius or Tavius? Did we lose him?
Oh, it's Tavius. Sorry.
Tavius. Okay. And they're in the cell with the other remaining prisoners. Do any of you do anything while the others are gone?
Nope.
Nope.
I would say no.
I'm gonna go hide in the corner.
Okay, go ahead and move your token.
That's about it.
Alrighty. And Zargos, you are...
I mean, I'm tempted to talk to that drow.
the mushroom thing or the drow?
No, the drow right here. This guy here.
Okay, you could try.
Yeah. Uh, I approach him and I say, I saw you when I was showing my weapon to the elf.
He glances at Tavius and then looks back at you and says, "And?"
I don't know if you're friend or foe. I mean, we're being captive here by drows, and you're a drow. I wonder what you did to piss them off and put you in this place.
He kind of laughs a little bit and he says, "My name is Sareth. Sareth Zekaret." And man, I gotta write Wizards of the Coast about these names. I am here because I am accused of murder. So do not push your luck with me.
Can I see if I listened, if I was able to hear that conversation?
I'd say you're within, well, you're 15 feet away. You're, how far away is that? From the, you're 10 feet away, so I'd say you could overhear it. He's not whispering.
I'm not whispering. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Who did you kill? Was it someone important? Was it worth it?
I said that I was accused of murder. I did not say that I committed the murder.
Oh.
Someone. The truth is, I have no memory of this, but I believe I was set up. Someone is trying to discredit me. Someone doesn't want me around. And when I find out who that someone is, I will slit their throat most definitely.
So, do I believe that he's telling the truth with the not knowing
Roll an insight
what
check.
they said, and that he didn't do it? Yeah.
Welcome to prison where
I'm not
nobody's
really good at
guilty.
that.
Yeah, I want to roll an insight check too, because as far as I'm concerned, they all drow are bad.
Okay.
Okay. 19.
Okay, so. Yeah.
Tavius, you don't know what to think, but you're
Okay.
going to assume he's lying because you can't stand all drow.
I can't handle drow. Yep.
Zargos, you get the sense that he believes what he's saying
Okay.
to be true.
All right.
He certainly has no memory of killing anybody. He woke up
But he's
as a prisoner.
okay. I say, I believe you. I mean, I can tell that you're more than capable to defend yourself. I don't have anything against your kind. I don't care who you are. You're drow, you're elf, you're whatever, dwarf. I really don't care. I just want to get out of here. Maybe we can help each other after we're out of here. Maybe I can help you clear your name.
If I do not escape, clearing my name won't matter because I will be dead. When we are removed from this place, I will be sent back to Menzelberranzan as a sacrifice to Lolth and an example to others.
Do any of those names mean anything?
Menzelberranzan.
Berenstain. Uh-huh.
I hate Wizards of the Coast right now. Anyways, that is the Drow city, the capital city of the Drow, I believe, and that is where all of you are supposed to be shipped to. And some of you will be killed, some will be forced into slavery, some will be sold back to the surface world for, what do they call it when a hostage is sold back? There's
Ransom.
a word. Yeah, a ransom. And so all of you are supposed to go there, but this man, he is supposed to be sacrificed to the god of the Drow.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a god of death among the Drow, and so basically, he's desperate to live. He doesn't believe he killed anybody.
And what's that god's name again?
Sarith Zekarit.
Tardy.
S-A...
No, I think he's wondering the god's name.
Oh, the god.
Yeah.
Lolth. Lolth.
Thanks.
And I believe that is the god of death for the Drow. So, and I might have, I don't know if I showed this picture yet or not, but a picture of the Drow, this Drow should appear on your screen right now, or within a few seconds. It is also on Twitch right now. Of course, minus the weapon and the clothing. He is also stripped down to the waist. He wears a ragged shirt that's torn and tattered, and he was given a canvas loincloth. So he has been especially mistreated because he is a traitor amongst his own kind, or at least that's what he's accused of being.
And then one more question: what was the city's name? The city name again?
The city name is called. Oh, why you gotta make me say this again? Menzoberranzan. That is Menzoberranzan.
Okay.
That sounds like a pharmaceutical, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just posted it in chat.
Thank you.
In Roll20
One of the
chat.
most famous cities in all of D&D lore. Menzoberranzan, I think, is how it's pronounced.
If you say so, I'll continue to say it wrong. And so,
Berenstain.
you show offs. Okay, so he looks at Zargos and he says, if you have a plan or come up with a plan, I might be interested. The truth is, he's pretty desperate to save his own life, so.
Right. Just be patient. We'll get out of here soon. Trust me.
And with that, we go back to the cleanup duty. Literally, cleanup duty.
Duty.
And let's see. Yep. Just have to keep checking my screen. I keep forgetting to scroll to the different rooms here. Okay, so You are freshly healed. You are forced into this room. You see what the others are doing, and I'd say you pretty much should have learned a lesson about backtalking these guards. And you did just get a key that you have stashed beneath your loincloth.
Yeah.
And-
I'll tuck it in the beard.
okay, there you go. And
So I would like to, while I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, do the work, but I want to be, I want to keep my eyes peeled for any object that's not excrement from these creatures and straw. So it doesn't matter how small it is. What if it is worth keeping? I want to keep my eyes peeled for it.
okay,
Scraps of metals, whatever.
okay. Why don't you all give me a perception roll? The three players in this room, I mean. Wenny, Kino, and... well, the two players, I mean. No, Wenny, sorry, you don't find anything.
Do I have any advantage that I can?
You do not. The only thing we have is a DM disadvantage that I just noticed that we've had for a bit that I missed.
Oh.
That means I might not have gone down.
Is that a recent disadvantage or from a previous?
No, it looks like no. That's from now. It's been there for. It looks like it's been an hour, so it looks like it would have gone before.
Okay.
We've had it for a bit. I just missed it.
Okay, as long as it wasn't like Tuesday or something.
Yeah, we have one from then, but
Okay.
I won't cut. I'll leave that alone.
Okay. At first glance on the first trip, taking a load of stuff out to the ledge and dumping it over, you don't spot anything. Ron carries another load out, followed by Eldith, and they dump over and then make their way back in. And then the two of you take a load out, dump it over the ledge, and then come back in. And you can roll perception again as you're gathering more bedding.
Sure.
Okay.
That is good enough on both of you. Okay. Winnie, did you roll? Okay,
I rolled it.
the 8's from the roll before, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. You only needed a 10 to find something, so
I got a 10 last time.
you did.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, then you find 2 items, Kino. Go ahead and roll a D20 plus the number of days that you've been a prisoner.
That's for both of us.
24.
24, you find a rusted iron bar that can be used as a club.
Yes. Is that a roll for both of us or just Kino?
It's Kino, and Kino actually gets 2 rolls. You get 1.
Cool. Oh, okay.
Oh, I gotta roll again.
Yeah. You
Okay.
get an 18. You've been here, what, 2... Wait, you just got there, so one
Yeah,
day.
1 day.
+1.
So you
26.
have a 19. You find... Wenny, you find a flawed carnelian gemstone worth about 10 gold pieces.
Worthless.
There's the
to me
spelling.
at the moment.
The spelling is in Roll20 chat. And then Kino. Oh, you even added the...
Yeah. Now, DM, I added the 1 on my roll too.
Okay, I'm sorry. You actually got an 18 then. I didn't realize y'all added the bonus. You found a 5-foot long strand of rope.
I'd rather have that than
Winnie
the
did.
gemstone.
Winnie did. Not the
Sweet.
gem. And Kino, your second item is a flint shard that can be used as a dagger.
Awesome.
Okay, so as y'all work, you finally get the place cleaned out. The Quaggoth are growling. They did not notice that you found those items. Frankly, however they got in there, they've been forgot. Those items have been forgotten about beneath all the bedding, and so the Quaggoth are semi-smart, barely more than a primate, you know. So they have a little intelligence, but they're not real smart. But they are very deadly. And with that, you are given more bedding to bring in. Actually, first, you are given buckets of water and you scrub the floor. The water was hauled up from the pond below that you've been dumping the stuff in. And it does flow like a river, so the water is clean directly below because it washed away all that nasty stuff. And you scrub the floors and then empty it out over into the water again. And then you're given the new bedding to bring in, and you spread it out. And when you're done, you are all ordered to head back to the cell. So let's just get you all lined up here so that I can.
I'm pushing my luck, but I want to try and do the same trick I did on the way in. If I can bump next to one of the guards on the way out, I want to see what I can get.
Okay, the guard directly outside the cell.
I'm looking for a weapon this time.
Okay. The guard directly outside the cell. I'm going to go ahead and move y'all into the cell again, but we'll role play out the attempted picking of the pocket. And as you come out of the cell, you brush up against, you kind of fake a stagger and brush up against the Drow's leg. Now, how tall are you?
Let me double check that to make sure. I am 3'7".
Okay. This doesn't say how tall a drow is, unless it's in the description here, but I'm going to say that you're slightly, your head is up to just beneath his chest. Does that make sense?
You're the boss.
Okay. And so you fake a little stagger and you brush up against him long enough to try to take something. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand.
You do have advantage for this, by the way.
Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the drow are about 5 to 6 feet tall.
Thank Pug of Kridey for that one.
Wow.
I appreciate it.
A 22. You can take your choice on that. You can get a crossbow bolt, a short sword, or a dagger.
I'll go for the short sword.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for the short. No, I'll take the dagger because that'll be easier to conceal.
Okay. You take the short sword. Now the short sword does.
Dagger.
You took the dagger.
I mean the dagger. The dagger does 1d4 plus 4 to attack. Well, it depends on your bonuses, really. So, it does have poison along the edge of it.
Oh, fantastic.
The poison here's some text you can copy regarding the poison in the Roll20 chat. Basically, they would make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 1 hour. If they fail the roll by 5 or more, meaning 5 or under, the target is also unconscious while poisoned in this way. The target wakes up if it takes damage or another creature takes an action to shake it awake. Shake and bake.
Cool.
So, and that same poison is on the crossbow bolts. So, any of you that have a crossbow bolt, you can also add that text to the description. Okay, so you are all in the cell again. Yeah, it looks like Twitch is in the right room. And the guards close the door. You hear one of them say, "Oh man, I lost my key again." The other one says, "Man, the priestess is gonna get on you if you don't stop doing that." I know. I had it not long ago. You saw I opened the door. It must have fallen off my belt and dropped over the ledge. And the other one shakes his head, and they both head off into the guard post. And meanwhile, let me just move this priestess out of there because she is no longer in the post. And so you are left again in the cell with all the other prisoners. Now Ron, he's grumbling as he steps over to his favorite place and sits down against the wall, looking at everybody in the cell kind of menacingly, like, "You don't want to mess with me" type of attitude. And Eldith, goes back over to the wall by Stool, the mushroom creature, sits down with her back against the wall, and just kind of sits there quietly.
DM, I'm going to put myself over next to my Myconid friend, and I'm going to try to initiate communication with him again.
Okay. And what do you say to him?
I'm just going to tell him that I've acquired a couple of things that might help us get out of here.
Okay.
So,
and just so everybody knows, this is being said telepathically. Stool emits spores that allow others to communicate with him telepathically. So, but he controls who can hear what that is said. So, right now, he's only allowing Wenny to understand him and to hear him.
So I want to ask him, do you trust this dwarf with your life?
I do trust her. She has been the only one to treat me nicely since I've been here. And although I am never called upon to do the labor that the drow are insisting everybody else do, she has kept Ront from eating me or trying to eat me.
Okay. Can you introduce me?
Of course. And he shivers a little bit, shudders a little bit. And then you hear him say, "Eldith, can you hear me?" And she answers, "I hear you, Stool. It has been days since you've spoken to me. I was starting to wonder if something was wrong." And Stool says, "I am sorry. I try to not bother anyone because I feel guilty that I am not holding up my share of work as everyone else here must do." And she says, Don't you worry about that. I'll do the work of 3 of us. Eldith, I want you to meet Winnie, the gnome. Winnie has been friendly to me, and he initiated contact with me. He tells me that he has known my kind before. I believe we can trust him. And she looks at Winnie skeptically, and she says, if you can be trusted, then I imagine you would make a good ally. But be aware, I am not quite so trusting as Stool. You will have to prove yourself to me over time.
I understand. This is all telepathic between
Yes.
the door. Okay. And I will say I have managed to acquire a key and a dagger. And I think I don't know which of these tall races to trust. You've been in here longer than me, and I trust. If Stool trusts you, then I trust you, and we need to decide who we can make allies with in here if we're going to use this key to get ourselves out of here.
Eldith smiles back at you, and she lifts her hand to her hair like she's gonna, fuss with it, and then she slowly, where no one else can see, pulls out a little bit of a crossbow bolt, and then pushes it back in, and says, I have also gathered a few items that may be useful. Perhaps we
Okay.
will get an opportunity, if we can have enough allies to join us, to make our escape.
I think that's very possible. Who do you trust in here?
She laughs and she says, let me pull up his name here. Oops, that's Tavius. The fish thing calls himself Shushar. Shushar the Awakened. He claims that he has forsaken the violent ways of his people. And I find myself believing him. He will not fight. Ront himself tried to goad him into a fight and beat upon him until I intervened. And yet, Shushar refused to fight back and even to defend himself. I do not think he's a coward, but I do think he will not fight. And I'm using the wrong voice for her. I'm using Stool's voice for Eldith. So, and then she says, Topsy and Turvy, they look mischievous, but I think they might be trustworthy. At least to an extent. They are a bit immature. As far as anyone else, well, the prince, well, he's got his own story that you should ask him about. I'm not sure if we should trust him or not. And
Okay.
only imagine her saying that with her real voice, because I forgot again.
That's all right. You had my disbelief suspended. Okay. I will when she's done talking, I will put my finger next to my nose and give her the wink. And I'm going to approach Zargos.
Zargos is our ranger, correct?
That is
Right.
correct.
Okay, you approach him. Zargos, what are you doing when he approaches?
I mean, I was just sitting there. So
Okay.
I mean, if he approaches and then he makes eye contact or so, I'll make eye contact as well.
Okay. So I picture you sitting cross-legged on the floor. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, that would put
Yeah,
you almost at eye level with him.
that's right. So I will approach and make a formal, just a head nod bow, and say, my friend, I appreciate what you're trying to do for me.
Of course, we have to take care of each other here, but I'm not planning on living here forever. I really want. I have been patient, waiting for the right moment to fight back, but I just haven't been able to find that right moment.
Allow me to introduce you to some people. And at this point, I'm going to start talking about the color of the walls, but in actuality, I will be using Thieves' Cant to
Okay.
say, walk over here with me. I don't know if you understand it. To anybody
No.
listening, it would sound like, hey, yeah, these walls are really ugly. I don't understand that moss, blah, blah, blah. But I have motioned you to come with me, and I'm going to walk over here.
Okay.
I want to move closer and see if I can eavesdrop on their conversation.
That's Tavius?
Yep.
Okay.
I would imagine I'm concentrating on the conversation. Would I perceive that that somebody's eavesdropping?
Oh, Seraphim, as soon as he saw you two walk away, he's not going to move, but he's going to try and listen as well.
I mean, same thing for Kino because we're only so far away.
Yeah.
Right.
You do see Tavius change his position. Eldith is looking up at him like, yes, what do you want type of expression.
Right.
And
Okay. To Zargos, I will say, I am of your thinking. We can't stay in here indefinitely.
okay. You know what, guys? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I forgot about our break. Does anybody need to take a 10-minute break?
I would.
Okay.
If everybody else is.
Yeah,
I
that would
wouldn't
be
mind.
good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 10-minute break.
Okay, so Pantheon members, viewers, watchers, we will be back in 10 minutes. We're just going to take a quick break, refill our drinks, empty our bladders. And, hey, Cam's here. How are you doing, Cam? I hope you're doing good. And look at Jacob waiting for me to say the wrong thing.
Yep.
All listening very closely.
And we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you for watching, everybody. See you in 10. And welcome back, everybody. Our total, we are at 37K on the, wow, 61% raised. Yeah, man. I'm glad we got a couple weeks off after this. Actually, we do have the Candlekeep mystery on the 5th, so I got to make sure I remind everybody about that at the end of tonight. So, anyways, welcome back to our Pantheon. It is so awesome to have you guys with us, and gals, and thems, and theys, and Newborn Nerd has gifted yet another subscription to another TV viewer. That's the name, not like
Oh, okay.
another TV viewer. To the viewer named another TV viewer. Maybe the first T stands for teen?
Twitch.
Oh, Twitch. Yeah, I guess that would
makes
make
sense.
more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It could mean teen, so watch your language. And so, Newborn, we appreciate you. We really do. Thank you for being so supportive. And of course, earlier, 2 hours ago, Pug. Is Pug one of our players tonight? I get
No.
the usernames mixed up.
Pug is Pin Bear.
Oh, okay. Pug has subscribed to us through Prime. If any of our viewers were not aware, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to us for free through that.
Nice.
I don't have Prime, so I'm not sure how that works, but the option is there.
Cool.
And man, I just love our viewers. It's awesome. And here we go.
Hey.
The last we talked about, Winnie had led Zargos over to talk privately with him. Tavius was eavesdropping. Seraphim and Kino were also eavesdropping, but they're not making it quite so obvious. And of course, Ront is right there. So he's probably hearing everything that's being
Yeah,
said.
he's just way on top of it.
Yeah. So, Winnie, did you have anything you wanted to say to the others?
Well, I think Winnie, as far as he knows, is only addressing Zargos at this point, and others may be in earshot, but Winnie's doing his best to, to talk quietly.
His voice down.
Yeah, in so much as you can in a room like this. Where was I with Zargos?
Getting out. He was about.
Allies.
Right. We can't do this. Yeah, we can't do this. Okay, so Winnie was going to tell Zargos, listen, I've got a few things that might help us, but nothing's as helpful as allies. Who do you trust in here?
I look around, and I really think that, I'm not saying this, right? But I really think that Kino is trustworthy after seeing him from day one that I was here. So I tell you, the other human.
Okay. Here's my issue. I don't trust Ront. I don't like his attitude, but I'd rather have him with us than against us. And I think one of us needs to challenge him. And I think it should be me. What do you think about that?
The small guy.
Challenge.
Winnie and Goliath here.
Challenge him. Like what? What do you mean?
I think he doesn't respect people that don't stand up to him. and I don't know how to do it. I certainly don't want to pick a fight with him, but if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. I want to win him over somehow because I don't want him against us.
Perhaps you can talk to his friend first. I don't know. It will be your call.
Who's his friend?
Kino is friends, right? Peter?
No, Kino claims to be his friend, but he hates everyone.
Yeah, Ron can't stand anybody, but Kino has been trying to become his friend.
He's been pestering him about being friends, but they're not actually friends.
Oh, okay. I see. Sounds like a good idea then. Might actually work, but he looks dangerous too.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and threaten him. If the worst happens and he starts beating the stuffing out of me, can you at least pull me out of danger? I'm not asking you to intervene or get beat up yourself, but just get me out of there.
Sounds like a plan.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see guards approaching the cell again.
All right. At that point, I'm just gonna act like I wasn't talking to Zargos and like stare at the wall or whatever it takes to be inconspicuous.
You've gone crazy.
And I start walking away.
Yeah.
Okay. The guards are carrying bowls of food. And behind them is their commander, one of their commanders, and he shouts into the cell, "Everyone move to the back of the cell if you want some food." Now, as you all know, except for maybe Winnie, you only get fed here twice a day, and keeping your strength up is important. So after everybody moves back far enough, and the guards don't seem to care that stool never moves, they start setting bowls through the bars onto the floor. And when they're done, they disappear for a couple minutes and then come back with tin cups that are half full with water. There's maybe this much water in them, like 2 inches of water in each one. You can only guess that the water's from the river down below. And knowing what you've dumped in there.
But you did say that it's clean, that it's moving.
Well, it is a current, it is a river, it is flowing, and fresh water is being dumped through the waterfall into it, and it's flowing northeast.
Okay. So it's semi-clean.
Right. So if it was stagnant, it wouldn't be drinkable. But because it's constantly moving, the bad stuff is being washed away. They set the cups in there, and their boss says, "When you're done, set the bowls near the bars. As you know, we count them all. If you try to keep one of them, you will be punished." And then they turn and they walk back to the guard post.
Okay, what time of the day is it? Or I mean, I would not know because we're underground. But schedule-wise, when will be the next time that they will be coming back? Is it like after this? It will be pretty much like nap time or sleep time, and then
after they gather up the bowls and cups, it will be bedtime.
Okay, so we will have perhaps a good 10 hours or so before they come back.
Probably more like 5.
5 or 6 hours. It's hard to tell because there's no way to keep time. It's basically meal o'clock, work o'clock, meal o'clock, sleep o'clock, and work o'clock.
And I assume they'll be checking up on us throughout the night. They're not just going to leave us for 5 hours or whatever.
Once they think everyone's asleep, they may become a little lax, or if
Okay.
they are standing outside the cell, they might be talking and distracted, not paying much attention, only occasionally glancing.
Right.
They get pretty lazy actually in their duties most of the time. But you have a new prisoner there who's shown himself to be a little stubborn, and Tavius has been a little stubborn, so they might be a little alert at first, but they'll ease up.
Well, I'm going to go grab myself a bowl and
As you
water.
start to move forward, Ront pushes past you and grabs the first bowl and the first cup, turns, looks you in the eye and says, "Argh." And then he pushes past you again, shoulders you out of the way, and goes back to his spot and sits down and starts eating, slurping at the slop that's in the bowls.
How
Bowl.
tall is Rond?
That is a great idea. I'll tell you what. He is a... He's an orc. How tall are orcs? I'm looking at the notes. It does not say his height.
Probably 8 feet.
Orcs are about 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
So Seraphim is about 6'3". Before Grant starts eating, Seraphim's going to stand up, go right to him, and as big as he can, he is going to say, "You're going to give me that bowl." He's going to try and intimidate him.
Nice.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah.
He looks at you, trying to intimidate you too. So,
I
That's
look
a
at
25.
Wenny. I look at Wenny, and I smirk, and then go like, "Hey, like look at this too now," you know.
Yeah. When he signed a big sigh of relief that he doesn't try to have to pick a fight with this big dude.
oh, Seraphim,
Right.
like,
Evaporates him.
obviously you're more intimidating in this instance, so how do you intimidate him?
He's just going to go right up to him, stare him in the eyes, and his eyes are, I mean, he looks hellish, so looking scary is something he's done all his life. And he's just going to look him dead in the eyes, and with as cold a voice as he can muster, that sounds probably a little hellish too. He's going to say, "You're going to give me that bowl and that cup."
He looks you and goes, and he looks down, and then without lifting his eyes back up, he hands you the bowl and cup.
And then Seraphim's going to go right back to where he was before.
Okay, as soon as you walk away, Ront stands, and by this time, I imagine Tavius is getting his bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, he starts to head toward Tavius, and then he stops short and looks back at Seraphim, and then lowers his head and growls and just waits his turn.
I'm going to give him the bowl that I'm holding and the cup and pick up another one for myself.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Didn't see
Yeah.
that coming.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey, I learned something when I went unconscious.
roll me a charisma roll. Straight charisma with bonus.
Okay. 18.
Nice.
Okay, he looks down at the bowl and cup that you offer, and he goes, and he reaches up and he takes them, and he gives you a quick nod, his fangs sticking up, and then he turns and he goes back to sit down and start eating, giving you a glance every once in a while, every few seconds, as if he's shocked that you gave him the bowl and cup.
And then I'm gonna get mine and
Okay.
go sit down.
Alrighty.
DM, would Winnie know whether Stool eats this food or not?
You know what?
Having spent some time with this race,
It did mention whether he eats. I don't
the
believe he eats.
the only reason I ask is because I was going to get his bowl. If he doesn't eat it, I'll go and get Eldith's bowl and bring it back to her.
Yeah, I think stool gathers nutrients from the air.
Okay.
So I'm double checking on that.
Including water?
Well, normally water would be drawn up from the ground, but there is no water. You could probably.
Yeah, I can get the cup and bring it back for him.
Yeah, I assume he would drink. Just because there's probably not much water in the ale because we're underground.
I'm reading about it right now. The spores are in a 10-foot radius around it, by the way. Can
Oh,
go
so that means that
around.
we've probably all been hit by them. Just walking past them.
Yeah, but it picks and chooses who
Once
would
you
actually
inhale the
take
spores,
advantage of
you
it.
can be 30 feet away for up to an hour, and it'll still work. Yeah, stool does not eat. If you want, you could probably pour the cup on the ground at his roots, feet, whatever he has, and he could absorb that way. So you bring. This is Winnie that's getting these, correct, or is it Kino?
No,
Winnie
Kino
was
went and
gonna-
got his and went
Yeah.
to sit next to Ront.
Okay. Winnie, you bring a bowl to Eldith. Oops, I grabbed the wrong token here. If I can get to Eldith. There we go. Move her back to her spot. And she nods and gives you a little wink and a smile. And she takes the cup. And when she sees the cup you have for stool, she whispers, "Pour it at his feet."
I will do so.
Okay. Stool trembles a little bit and then almost relaxes as though he is enjoying soaking up the moisture. Do you go back for a bowl for yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. And where do you go after you get the bowl and stuff? Back.
Where I am now between the dwarf and the Myconid.
Okay. Seraphim, you got Ront's bowl, right? So Zargos.
Yep.
Are you going to get a bowl and cup?
I am.
Okay. So you go over there, you grab one bowl, one cup, unless you intend to grab the extra bowl too.
No, I just get one.
And after you grab that, you can move back to your spot. And the other prisoners all make their way forward. You notice that the prince is Topsy and Turvy and Sereth and Bupido all let the prince go ahead of them out of respect. And he picks up his bowl and his cup, and then he goes back to his spot, and the others do the same then, taking turns. As Bupido walks past Kino and Tavius and Winnie, And Zargos, well, basically walks past all of you. He lets his eyes fall upon your forms, taking in your builds, your statures, and that sort of thing. But then his eyes, and they're a little squinted as he does this, and then he turns them forward and goes back to his spot and sits down and starts basically slurping the mush out of the bowl because they didn't give you utensils. And Topsy and Turvy are both just they're just happy to have anything to eat. Kids. So
DM, I want to try and hand the key to Stool, but I want to do it stealthily so that nobody in the room.
Does Stool have hands?
I'm hoping he has a fold that he can tuck it into, or that I can tuck it into.
You want to shove it in him?
Yeah, I want to hide it on his form.
Well, looking at his picture, he has his mushroom-looking head has holes in it. I don't know what they're for, but you could probably ask him if you could hide the key there.
Yeah, of course I will ask.
You
will
need
not...
consent first, dude.
Yeah, yes means yes.
Yeah, he says, please place it in one of the higher ones in the
Do
back.
you think it'll be safe here?
They have not looked very closely at me, so
Okay.
I think it will be all right.
And I'm trying to do this so that nobody else in the room sees it also.
Okay, so Stool kind of shifts downward a little bit. Almost, you would think that he's kneeling so that you could reach him better, and you reach
And I'll,
it. Go
I'll
ahead.
make like I'm brushing off dust or something.
Okay, and you put it in there. I'm not gonna make you roll stealth
Okay.
on that. And you put the key in there, and when you're satisfied that it seems well hidden, now roll an insight check.
Uh-oh. Not good. That's an 8.
Okay. You're not sure what part of his anatomy that hole is.
Oh, God.
The belly button.
Apologies.
But Stool kind of straightens up again, coughs a little bit, and telepathically, and says to you, "You touch me like you know me." No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Family friendly, right?
And no, he just says, "I do not believe they will find it there. I will protect it with my stems and my life." And that is done. So the only one that may have noticed, and let's have her roll, is Eldith, and she's pretty trustworthy. So
you do have disadvantage on that, Peter.
okay.
Like the best place to use it.
Yeah, I need to use so I don't forget.
She rolled
about
an
it
11.
anymore.
She does not notice.
Okay.
And even if she did, I'm sure she'd be okay with it. She seems like she likes.
And that disadvantage can be clicked off now.
Cool. Yeah, that was from Lycanthrope Jeff.
By the way, if there are any advantages or disadvantages that were given on Saturday, you can go ahead and reject those, and the viewers will be refunded the channel points.
There's just one left. That was from Tuesday.
Okay. Alrighty. Alright, so let's see. we have. Let me make a quick adjustment on Daniel's video window here. If I can figure out which one it is. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if this is the one. Nope.
Oh yeah, you can just see my forehead.
Yeah. So I am going to shrink that a little bit. There he is. There. Now we can see more than your forehead.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what the problem is. Now we have Francisco I have to adjust because he had got
disconnected.
yeah. I just got to find the right. I'm working my way there. Found ya. Alrighty. Oh, that's good enough for now. There. Now we can see you. Well, we can see you anyways, but... Okay, so... Back to the game. So, after about 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, the guards will be coming back. So, yeah, eat your food. While you're eating, do you do or say anything?
Yeah, Kino will get up and get the extra bowl of food and give it to Runt.
Okay.
Interesting.
Let me find a place to put this character. There we go.
Yeah, fish.
Kino does this? Okay, do you...
Yes.
Ron looks at you as you offer it and says,
No, it's all right, buddy. Take it. We're gonna need your strength later on.
Okay. And he takes the bowl, glances around, and he can't believe that 2 people have been nice to him so far.
Like I've been trying to tell you, Runt. Your best friend.
Seraphim has been staring at Ront the entire time he's been eating. Just basically deadlock in the eyes with him.
Yeah, one person has been super mean to him, and 2 people have been nice to him.
So he slurps it down. Huh?
Oh, I was gonna say Seraphim's not being mean. He's just showing Ront that he doesn't care for him.
You are the alpha.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, so Zargos, are you putting your bowl back and your cup?
I am, and at the same time, then I'm asking Wendy, do you have an actual plan? You said that you were able to get your hands on something.
Yeah, so I will show him the dagger, but since I no longer have the key, I'm not going to show him that.
Okay.
And I will say I was able to get this on work detail. I think we should collect more items while we're out there. I also managed to find something in that stable when we were mucking out the stables. And I think if we can get enough gear together and convince everybody in here to at least help us get free and get out of here and go our separate ways, we might have a chance. What do you think?
That's the same plan that I've been trying to accomplish, but it's hard. I mean, I do have a weapon as well.
The two of you hear Stool in your minds. Um, Stool can basically pick up the thoughts and words of anybody in this cell, because all of you walked close enough to get the food. So,
Right.
and Stool says, even if you escape, the Underdark is a large and confusing place. You will need help finding your way out of here.
Are you offering?
I can help to a degree. Um, if we get far enough away, I may be able to find my way to, let me see, to Neverlight Grove. That is where I am from. My memories are a little jumbled, but I know my name and I know where I'm from. And I'm sure my people will offer sanctuary to all of you, so long as you do not mean them harm.
Any place is better than here. My worry is that drow over there.
I'm listening to that too with it telepathically or no? I mean, is that like an open conversation? What he said,
Oh.
or only?
The part with Stool is telepathically and they were whispering their conversation. So
Oh, okay.
Well, I think Zargos heard Stool, right?
I
yes,
did.
yes.
Yeah.
Zargos heard Stool. Wenny heard Stool, and Eldith heard Stool.
Right.
Because Stool shares his thoughts almost all the time with Eldith, unless it's a private conversation. And in
Right.
this, Eldith has been watching over him, protecting him, so he's including her in the conversation.
Sure. And
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask DM Topsy and Turvy. I know you identified their race at the beginning, but I can't remember. Are they?
They're deep gnomes.
They're deep gnomes.
gnomes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
believe
Okay.
so, but let me confirm that. Yes, deep gnomes.
Okay. All right, Zargos. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, so I tell Wendy, you know, I'm not too concerned about the drow. He's here for a reason. I got a good feeling that he was being honest with me, that he was set up. And I always say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He could prove to be useful,
Okay.
very useful, knowing that he will know well their city. Perhaps he knows how to get out of here as well and navigate through here.
Well, I think he would be a good ally, and I can try talking to these gnomes over here. Though I don't share their heritage, we do have a common ancestor. Maybe I can persuade them to come with us, and they would be good to have.
Yeah, I would think that if we plan an escape now, I'm not saying right now, but this time will be the perfect time after we have our meal. The guards, they drop their watch. I mean, they tend to rest and slack a little bit, and then if we find a way to pick the lock or get out of here, that will be our opportunity.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to the humans, and I'll talk to the gnomes? And have you spoken to that elf before?
I did. I told him that we were getting out of here, and I wanted him to be part of it as well.
Has anyone spoken to Kino or Seraphim?
No, I haven't spoken to them, but I'm going to talk to Kino after I'm done with Wendy.
I would imagine for those of us who have been in here for a long time, we've probably had passing conversation. but nothing too detailed.
Right.
Yeah. And a word here, a word there, not much.
Right, so we probably know who each other are by name, and that's probably about it.
Right.
Seraphim would not have given his name out. Like, I'll be straight up with that. He would not have said his name at any point.
But Seraphim's been there 2 days? Or how long have you
Yep.
been?
I've been
Yeah,
there
2 days.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got that too.
So there hasn't been a lot of time to get to know him either. So can you hear
Right.
me okay?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got
I-
disconnect notices here, there. Reconnect. Alrighty. And I'm back on roll 20.
I wanted to talk to the twins while we were eating.
Okay, who is saying this? I'm not looking at the video.
Oh, this is Daniel Tavius.
Okay. As you approach them, the twin deep gnomes look up at you and look down at their bowls, which are not only empty, but they are licked clean. And Topsy looks at from you to Turvy and says, "What do you think he wants?" And Turvy says, "I don't know. What do you think he wants?" "Oh, I don't know." "Why don't you ask him?" "Why don't you ask him?" "'Cause you're the older brother. Only by 5 minutes." "Well, that still makes you the older brother, so you ask him." "Okay. What do you want?"
You guys seem young to be in here. What did you do?
What did we do? What did they do?
Oh, you know what they've done.
Oh, one is
Good
a
job.
here's one for you. Topsy is a female.
You've been lying to us all.
Turvy is a male. What was your question to him? Oh, what have
Why
you
are
done?
they here? They seem young. Why are they in here? How
Okay,
did they end up here?
I'm gonna switch their voices because I was giving Turvy the female voice, a more feminine voice. So, Turvy says, "We were gathering mushrooms, and the drow caught us doing it. They took us prisoner, and now we're stuck here with all of you." And Topsy says, "That is so true, so very true."
When was that?
Turvy says, "Oh, about 20, 30, about 50 meals ago."
Do we get 2 meals a day?
Yes.
So that would be 25 days ago. Okay.
And Topsy is like, "Yes, 50 meals ago. 50 wondrous meals. 2 meals a day. Can you believe it? But no mushrooms. They don't ever give us mushrooms."
We don't get any ideas about the mushroom over there.
Turvy looks over at Stool and says, "Oh, we know he's not a mushroom. He just looks like one."
He's not? He looks very much like a mushroom. I would have
He's
thought he
not
was
a mushroom. He's a Mikan, one of those other things. No, that
Mushroom
was
person.
actually the character having trouble saying the name. That
Okay.
wasn't me. They are kids, after all.
Yeah. How old are both of you?
I'm older than her. I am 1, 2, 7, 12, 8 years old. And she's 8 years old too, but I'm older because I was born a few minutes first.
Lucky you.
Yes, I am. That means she has to do whatever I say.
Do you always do whatever she says?
No, never. Yes, he does. He always does what I say. I do not. Yes, you do. I do not. Yes, you do. I do not. Yes, you do. And then Turvey gets in a huff and crosses his arms and says, "Ugh." And Topsy rolls her eyes and looks up at you, winks, and nods her head. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
And I wink back and like I agree with you.
So
Okay,
that's all you're gonna say to him?
that's all yeah, I mean I'm just gonna hang out with them now. Or sit by them.
Okay.
They seem like a fun bunch.
Alrighty. They immediately jump up and take their bowls to the door and their cups, and then they come over and sit next to you again in their spots.
Oh yeah, I wanna put my bowl back as well. But
Okay. And your cup?
yes.
Okay.
I'm not taking any chances.
Alrighty then. Anybody else? Kino, what are you up to?
Kino's just sitting quietly, eating his food, and then once he's done, he's gonna put his dishes over by the gate like he normally would.
By the
And just
way,
sitting.
you were close enough to overhear that conversation.
I kind of figured, and that's what Kino's been doing this whole time, is just like picking up bits of conversations of what he can hear.
Just so I know, does anybody in the party not speak Undercommon?
I made sure to take it.
Okay. That conversation all happened in Undercommon. Although it could have happened in Gnome now that I think about it, but
I don't speak gnome, so it happened in Undercom.
oh, that's true. I was thinking of Wenny. Okay, so you take your bowling cup back and then you sit by them again, and
Yep.
they smile at you as you sit cross-legged in front of them, and they mimic the way you're sitting. And if you're sitting cross-legged with your back straight, they do the same thing.
I show them my big muscles.
They'll shrug
like
their
you.
tiny muscles. And if your neck cracks, they make the noise of a neck cracking. I like you. You're nice. You
guys
are
are
very
fun.
nice. I'm more fun than my sister. I'm more fun than my brother. No, you're
Well, I
not.
think both,
Yes, I
both
am.
of you are more fun than I am, so you beat me both though.
Oh, you're so nice. Oh, you're so nice. The sister keeps copying her brother whenever she can. Stop that. Stop what? You know. You know. And he crosses his arms and sulks. And of course she copies it. Complete with the Okay. Who else wants to do something? Seraphim. What are you up
Seraphim
to?
will get up. So he's going to stand up and again maintain direct eye contact with the orc the entire time as he gets up. He's going to go and put his bowl and cup back by the cell door.
Okay.
And then he's going to go back to his spot and again, as he sits down, maintain direct eye contact with the orc the entire time.
Ron is watching you as you walk past, and when he sees you maintaining direct eye contact, he looks down, intimidated by your glare. He is not challenging you anymore. And after you sit down, Sareth, Bupido, and the prince and Shushar all take their bowls and cups over there and set them down by the bars and then take their spots back again. And after about 30 minutes have passed, the two guards come back. Oops. And they start gathering the bowls, pulling them out from behind the bars, stacking the bowls, stacking the cups, and then they take them away. And as the last one to leave starts to go, he turns back and says, "Get some sleep. You'll need it for tomorrow." And then he walks back to the guard post and closes the door. Another guard walks to the door and peeks out, and you can see him through the window that has bars on the door. You can see him laughing and saying something to the others in the guard post, and then he walks away from the window and disappears from the window.
We didn't hear what he said?
No, they're too far away
Okay.
and behind a closed door.
Like that.
And we have about 12 minutes, so let's use this remaining time for any other role play that you want to do, any talking to the NPCs before you bed down for the night, and we'll end with a long rest.
Well, then I would like to ask the twins, what's up with the prince?
The prince? The prince?
Yeah.
Did he ask about the prince? Yes, he did ask about the prince, brother. And Turvey glares at her for a second and says, "Oh, the prince has a story to tell. Yes, he does. Yes, he does." And the sister says, "Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Stop that. No."
Has he told you?
"Oh, yes, he has sat with us and he has talked to us and he has told us a story. It's a really good story, as short as it is. He is not really Quaggoth. He is an elf. Or
What?
he used to be an elf. That's what he told us. Yes, he told us he used to be an elf."
I'm an elf.
"I know you are. I can tell by looking at you, but he doesn't look like you. He said that someone changed him into what he is now." And the Topsy says, "Yes, someone changed him into a Quaggoth."
What about Bupido? What's his story?
"We don't like Bupido.
Why not?
Bupido. He's spooky. Look at him."
You know, he's a big build.
Turvey kind of glances to his left and realizes that Sareth is listening in to the conversation now. And so he leans forward like he's whispering, but of course he's a kid. He doesn't know what whispering really is. Whispering is loud to kids. And he says, "Bupido is spooky. I think he's really spooky. He looks at us all like he wants to eat us all." And Topsy says, "Bupido is spooky. He looks at us all like he wants to eat us all. Stop that. Don't copy me. Don't copy me."
How about Fishman?
Shushar? You want to know about Shushar?
Yeah. How do fish end up underground?
Oh, he walks, he talks, and he does all kinds of funny stuff. He'll even flop on the ground if we beg him enough. It makes us laugh, and he likes seeing us laugh. Yes, he likes seeing us laugh. Sometimes he tells us stories. Sometimes he tells us stories. Would you stop that? Stop what? You know what? You know what?
Well, I'm gonna excuse myself from them, and go talk to the prince. I want to find out more about his history, if he really is an elf.
Okay, while you're approaching him, does anybody else want to do anything?
No,
What?
but if when Seraphim sees him go up, he's gonna listen to this conversation.
Okay. And Zargos, what are you up to?
Um, I wanted to see if I could talk to Kino about the soon-to-be grand, escape.
Okay. And Winnie, what will you be doing?
I wanted to ask Stool to introduce me to the fish man, and I'm sorry I didn't, or fish person. I didn't catch the fish person's name.
It is Shushar. Shuushar.
Shuush.
Shushar the Awakened. Because his species is a very violent species, and he considers himself awakened, freed from the desire to do violence.
Yeah, so I just wanted to introduce, get Stool to introduce me to Shushar so that I could kind of take the measure of him.
Okay, make sure I touch on that after Kino and Zargos talk.
Will do.
Kino, you see Zargos approaching you. Were you sitting or standing there?
I'm sitting in my usual corner.
Okay. As he approaches, how do you react?
Hey, Zargus, what's up?
So casual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows a casual guy.
Right. I kneel down to be eye level, and I tell them, "Do you have any plan on getting out of here?"
Yeah, well, first we got to try to get everyone armed. I've acquired quite a bit of weaponry so far. Second thing is we got to get them all on the same page. There's been a lot of side chatter. Everyone seems to be formulating their own opinion and their own plan. We can't have that. We have to have one unified movement. Doesn't take a genius to figure that one out.
I try, also concealing. I guess that half of the people already know that I'm armed, but still, I don't want to flash it out and say, "Hey, look at this."
Right, good
But
call.
I just want to be subtle, and say, show him my weapon, and I say, "What about your friend here, the orc?"
Well, I've got something for him. I can also give something to I don't know if the new guy's armed. He's been making a lot of commotion over there with Stool. But Ron, I got him something. The twins over there are too young, and I don't trust them with anything sharp or heavy. So our best bet is to get Zarlith, Bupido, and maybe the Prince. We're gonna
Right,
need all the muscle we can.
And I tell him, the new guy, he seems to be quite clever at acquiring things too. So I think that this time we have a chance.
Yes, and then we gotta wait for the right moment. Not at a work detail. I think they're gonna try to sell us off at some point. They've been collecting us for a while now, and the guards keep whispering about it.
Yeah, I would not want to wait another day. Perhaps tomorrow night, if we get a chance to get off here, that would be perfect.
All I need to do is try to get past the guardhouse where these runes, and I'll just like move my manacles, aren't as effective as they are in here. I'm okay with a blade, but these have to go.
As you're talking, Ront glances over at Kino, hesitates, and he says, "River deep. River very deep." And then he looks away again.
Well, that is one option.
Yeah, we could jump and swim
Sure.
out.
I just don't know where the current will take us.
Well, anywhere better than here.
Hopefully, but we are in the Underdark, and there's a lot of things down there. I guess down here.
Hmm.
And also, your equipment is somewhere in the outpost.
Right. I will have to find that as well. We have to find our
Yeah.
gear. They took all my gear, all my weapons.
And you said, Peter, that we've noticed at least 4 guards?
The two that have been here longest, the two of you that have been here longest, have pretty much been assigned duty to work in every area that's possible. You know that there are 3 barrack chambers, and 6 guard posts total. 2 of the guard posts, two of the guard posts are hidden, and they are on the upper and lower ends of the entire outpost. They're hidden, and from what you could guess, there are maybe 2 guards in each one of those, and they are behind doors, but the doors are made to look like the stone wall, so it's hard to spot the doors. But you each caught sight of a guard coming out of one of those outposts at one time or another in the past 7 to 9 days.
Yeah, so we don't even have an exact number of how many we're against. So the river might be a good option, but again, we're gonna need equipment.
Definitely. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully
Just gotta be
tomorrow.
patient.
Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow we get our break.
Hopefully.
All right. And I nod my head. Just go back to Wendy. Notify that I already talked to Kino about it, and that he's he's in. And it seems that the orc might be as well, because he, since he mentioned about the river, that means that he was on board as well.
Sounds good.
And that's it.
Okay. Kino, did you want to say anything else?
Again, I'm kind of like nudge Ront in the back corner where one of the iron bars is. It's like, when it's time, it's time.
He looks at you and says, "You take Ront?"
I told you, Ront, it's me and you, man. We getting out of here.
Ront help. Ront fight. Ront.
And then I'll show him the shiv I have like underneath my manacle. Don't worry, I'm not defenseless.
Okay. We're gonna go to Wenny, and then we'll go back to Tavius for his conversation, and then one more thing, and then it'll be time for rest. So Wenny, you're up.
All right, I will. Since I'm sitting near Stool, I will engage in conversation with him again and ask, "Can you introduce me to this to the fish, the Koatoa over there?"
Stool shivers a little bit, and you've become accustomed to seeing the bits of spores coming out of the top of him. It's kind of like dust floating on the air. And it expands in the direction of Shushar, and then you hear Stool say, "Shushar, can you hear me?" Shushar turns suddenly towards Stool and says, "I told you not to do that. Please listen. I have someone I wish you to meet." Okay, who is it? And Stool says, come forward, Winnie. He will talk.
And I will move a little closer.
Okay. As you
and
move closer, Stool says, Shushar, this is one Levish. He is a friend, an ally, and he wishes to speak to you if you will speak to him. I will speak, but can we do it without our brains? And that is up to you, Winnie.
Winnie knows that Stool can't. This is the only way Stool can communicate, correct?
Yes, but
Okay.
Stool can hear and understand words.
Okay. I will say telepathically to Stool, I prefer to keep the conversation between us and keep it silent if possible. I'll be brief.
Shushar is sharing the telepathic communications and says, talking in brains hurts my head. I cannot talk that way. If you wish to speak to me, you must do it with words, not in my brain.
Okay. Very well. And then I will say out loud in common and hope that this creature understands common.
Okay, 1 second. Seraphim, are you listening in on this as well?
Probably not. He'd be focused more on Tavis than
Okay.
the Prince's conversation.
Go ahead, Winnie. And you're speaking in Undercommon?
In common, I don't speak undercommon. I speak deep speech and gnomish.
Oh.
And thieves can't.
Shushar only speaks Undercommon.
Well, that's going to be a problem.
Unless you talk in your head.
Yeah.
Or you use a translator.
That's true.
Well,
I
Winnie
speak
doesn't know he
common
doesn't
on the
speak common, so he's going to start out and say, listen, we, are you ready to come with us if we're able to get out of here?
Shushar says, I do know what.
Can Kino hear from this far away?
Can who?
Kino.
Um,
I wasn't actively listening, but I have a passive of 14.
You heard and saw that Shushar. You barely heard, but you saw the reaction of Shushar, and you barely made out the words.
Kino just doesn't scream this, but he's like, wrong language.
I'll go over and try and translate. I wanted to talk to the fish anyway.
Okay.
Seems like you guys are having a language barrier problem. I speak Undercommon and Common, as well as a couple other languages.
Kino, do you join the conversation?
No, he just pointed that out, trying to hearing he's been trying to talk to a lot of people. And Kino's just a calm, helpful dude. It's just like, wrong language, man.
Okay.
Seraphim would definitely be listening in at this point then.
Okay, so Tavius, you are the translator. Winnie, you are speaking in common, and Shushar will speak in undercommon.
As long as it's okay with, when if you want to translate.
Yeah, that's okay, because I can't speak undercommon.
Okay.
It sounds like all of us in here are on the same page. I've acquired a couple of items that might help us get out. And I just want to make sure everybody's willing to go all at one time, because I think it's better for us that way. Do you agree?
Do you want me to actually role play talking?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's let this telephone game get out of control, right?
Okay, repeat what you said then, because I was just figuring it was going to be an automatic thing.
Okay. Uh, I, and of course, Winnie is also appealing to Tavius in his own way as well. Obviously, Winnie says, "Listen, everyone in here seems to be on the same page about getting out of here, but I think we need to do it together. And I've got a few items that might help us, and I just want to make sure that everybody is like-minded."
Okay. Wenny is saying that he thinks that everyone wants to get out of here altogether. He wants to help everyone get out of here. He has acquired some items to aid in the process, and he is wondering if you would join him in that cause.
I will join, but I will not fight. I cannot fight, for I have given up that kind of violence.
He says he would join you, but he will not fight because he is no longer a fighting fish.
That's fine. Is he willing to render aid in another way?
Will you help in other ways if you cannot fight?
Let me pull up his sheet here to see what he can do. It's funny, they give him attacks, but he won't use them.
But can he breathe underwater, or
he is amphibious.
Okay.
He's slippery. His race is called Kuatoa, and they can sense the presence of any creature within 30 feet that is invisible or on the ethereal plane. He can pinpoint such a creature that is moving as well. So if the creature is moving, he can tell you where they are at. He says, I will watch the children if you want me to. They are too young to fight. Perhaps I can keep them away from the battle, and I can help detect those who are hidden.
He says he will watch the children because we do not want them to fight, and he can sense anyone who is moving or hidden, and he can let us know about that. And I think personally, he should watch the children. I talked with them. They like him a lot. I think that would work out well.
And how about you? How do you feel?
That was Tavius.
Yeah.
Tavius' opinion.
So, are you ready to go if we can do this?
Are you ready to go when he is ready?
You're asking Shushar?
Yes. Yeah.
I am ready when you are ready. I do not have a weapon. I will not use a weapon. But I will try to keep the children safe as long as it does not require me to fight. I will take injury before I let them be injured.
He is ready, and if anything comes to, if it comes down to it, he will be a human shield.
Well, a fish shield.
A fish shield.
Kino will say fish shield.
Okay, well, I think we're ready to go then.
And then I will say to you, Annie, I'll be like, I know we haven't had this conversation yet, but I can see you've been going to everyone. I am also in.
Well, the twins will probably go along because, they're kids, they're easily influenced, and they don't like being there. And they have been subjected to the labor as well, and they're not happy about that. the Dark Elf, Bupido, and the Prince have not been approached yet. You were going to approach them, Tavius. Why
Yeah,
don't
I'll
we
do that
save
next
that
episode.
for the next morning?
That's what I was going to do, yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile,
And I'll
And
and I'll talk to
Bupido is a
Sarid.
Duragar.
I'm sorry.
Bupido is a Duragar. A dark, a gray,
A
gray
drow.
dwarf. Oh, he's
No, Sailor is Drow.
he's drow.
Sailor
No,
is
no, no.
Drow.
Sorry,
Bupido.
I don't think we know what Bupido is.
Bupido is a Dero. Derro.
Oh,
I'm not sure. Is that like a deep dwarf, maybe?
it.
I'm not sure what that is.
It's not
They
a
slink
Duragar,
through the
it's,
subterranean. Here, I'll just.
Yeah, they resemble small dwarves.
Yep.
They
No,
are
it's like they're-
shaggy and haggled.
There
There's a-
should be a pop-up of him coming up on your screen in a moment. I will say this: he is happy to consider his fellow prisoners allies until such a time as he no longer needs them. What that means is anybody's guess.
Yep.
He is completely fearless because he doesn't think he can be killed.
Okay.
But you'll
it's good-
learn
good
that
thing to
in
have
the
an
morning.
ally.
That I was telling you out of game. So,
Okay.
and so as let me make sure that's cleared off the screen. As you all start to relax for the night, a lone figure comes out of the guardhouse and starts approaching the bars. And he stares in to the cell. And I don't know if he has night vision enabled. Let me just turn that on here. That's better. And he says to, can y'all see him outside the cell?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I'm going to move him into the room even though he's standing outside the bars. And he looks through the bars, studying each of you. He sees that you were gathered and talking, but he doesn't seem to speak out. The two of you who have been here longest know that his name is Jim Jar. He has a scar down his face. He has a devil-may-care attitude, a fondness for coin. Actually, this is not the character that it was supposed to be. Jim Jar is actually in the cell with you.
Oh.
I don't know why he was out somewhere else.
Oh, we gotta start over. Session 1 again.
Well, anyways,
Run it back.
just pretend he was here, keeping to himself.
Okay.
And
So
tomorrow,
that means that he's on board with our plan. That's good to know.
pull my earphone out. I'll just say there is a guard that has a scarred face. I don't know where his token is. He comes and he approaches the bars and he gazes through the bars at you all. And you can tell he's a very grumpy man. The two of you that have been here the longest know that this man, whom I don't seem to remember his name right now, is the former commander of the outpost, second only to the priestess. However, when he got wounded and scarred across the face, the priestess demoted him and made another her second in command. And he was not happy with that. The one that he made second in command is named Shor Vandree. Shorvandree. And so he is not happy about that at all, and he would love to get payback. He stares through the bars for a few minutes, and then he turns and he walks back to the guard post.
Is that something that he normally does at that time of the night?
No, it isn't. This is actually the first time on this day that you have seen him in a day. You don't know where he's been, what he's been doing. He's been strangely not seen. Normally, you would see him out and about every day, always grouchy, never looking happy with his current situation. His scar is one that almost gives him a permanent sneer because it pulls up on the cheek a little bit, or pulls out at the cheek, and so some of his teeth are always showing. And word is that he was closer to the priestess when he was her second than any other guard could have been. And when he was demoted, she turned away from him, basically saying straight to his face that he was too ugly now, and she could barely stand to look at him. And so she promoted another, more handsome guard to take his place. And so he has been hurt by this, and that's what you know. The two of you that have been here longest know about him. Okay, so now it is the end of the evening. You all can stretch out, lay down, sleep with one eye open, just in case someone wants to hurt you in there. And that will be the end of the episode. You all get a long rest. You don't really need it at this point, but that is the end of the episode. And please make a note in your personal notes that where we left off, in case I forget over the next 2 weeks. And that is what I need to tell our viewers. As I mentioned at the beginning, Out of the Abyss will air on Thursdays, the second, third, and fourth Thursday of every month. And that means next Thursday is the first Thursday of the month, which means we have that off. So this was basically a session 0 almost, but we're calling it session 1. I want to thank all of you for supporting us, for being here for us, for the contributions that you've made. I am just touched to the quick. Our viewers have done things that simply blow me away. When we had the Candlekeep game, my internet provider decided to do a maintenance and shut down my internet when we were nearly finished. And thankfully, Kat from Nerdlandia was in the adventure, and she was able to transfer the hosting over to her onto her channel. And as a thank you, many of the viewers subscribed and gifted subscriptions to pay her back for it and to thank her. And it just touched me that they would do that. And yeah, I got choked up during the stream when I came back. And it's stuff like that that show how special our community is. And meanwhile, on the 5th, Wednesday the 5th of May, we have Jen DMing another Candlekeep adventure. We're starting to call her Dungeon Master. She seems to like the nickname. and she is a fantastic dungeon master. Um, I'm not sure if there are any other spots left to join up with that Candlekeep adventure. However, if you check our Discord, and there is a link in the About Us page below the Twitch video, there are more adventures that she will be doing an adventure on the first Thursday, our week off for Out of the Abyss, of every month. This coming month is her birthday month, and she is going out of town, so she is going to run the adventure on the Wednesday the 5th, so that she can go out of town within a day or two after that. So, but after that, it will be on Thursdays. And I hope everybody tunes into that, because it is a great chance to tell her happy birthday. And she will be 65 years old. Okay, not really.
If she's 65, what's that make you?
95.
Okay.
That might actually add up mathematically. But anyways, so also Monday we have Curse of Strahd. That is on Save vs. Games Twitch channel. That's twitch.tv/Save vs. Games. And I will just throw that up as a link real quick, if it'll let me. COS. There we go. And that is our partner channel. And that is run by Greg. And I will be playing in that game. Maybe not this coming week, because they're going to focus on a certain character. But the following week I will be in it. So, anybody else have anything they want to talk about? Any campaigns they want to share?
Peter, do you mind if I mention my
Go for it.
content at DM's Guild? A friend of mine and I write gnome lore for DM's Guild. Everything is free. You want to look for the Exploding Trousers Company Limited on DM's Guild, and we've got about, I don't know, a little over a dozen items. Many of them are slapstick. They're quite useful if you use your imagination a little bit. Definitely unconventional stuff, and we hope you enjoy it. So that's the Exploding Trousers Company on DM's Guild. And as I said, everything is free, so help yourself, please.
And just a heads up, on our Discord channel, he does post links to that in our community promotion page.
Yeah, I try to post everything new that we publish. So,
Daniel, do you have anything to promote?
I do not. Nope.
Okay. B.A. Brentley.
No, I have nothing going on.
Uh,
I'm just here to have a good time.
Jacob, do you want to promote any of your streams?
Yeah, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Ouroboros43. I usually stream a couple times a week. Anything, usually, lately it's been Minecraft, but I usually stream Rock Band a couple times a week, because that's what I do with my free time.
There you go. And Francisco.
Nope, nothing else. Just having fun, like B.A. Brentley.
Okay. So, that is everybody. One last thing. Next Wednesday, tune in for the birthday bash, even though it's on the same night as TDR. You have permission to skip TDR for a week. We need you. And so I guess that is about it. I know that Greg is in our chat. If he has anything he wants brought up, he can say something now, and I will announce it. Draconius, I will... Well, let's see if I have that programmed in first. Nope. I will get that invite for you right now. I just have to relaunch Discord.
I can get it if you want me to.
Could you just make a permanent link invite and post that in Discord for me, please? I mean, in Twitch. And while Jacob is, oh wow, that was quick. And there's the invite to the Discord. Now, we do provide lots of opportunities. We also have a sister. Well, yeah, Greg kind of is a sister, isn't he?
Oh, does that count for inspiration?
Yes, it does. You got an inspiration there, buddy.
I already have one. Somebody else can take it.
I'll take it.
Who said that?
Daniel.
Okay, Daniel, I had the inspiration. I did that on purpose to give an opportunity. So
I have plenty of inspirations on a Tuesday night game.
Gergbar 11 is Greg, who runs the Save versus Games partner channel for us, and he and I are total equals on both channels, and I might be a slightly better DM. I don't know. No, actually, he's better. I got to remember that because my life is in his hands before his is on mine. The day before. So Greg is a great guy. Tune in, watch Curse of Strahd on Monday nights at 6:30 Eastern Time or 4:30 Mountain Time, and watch him destroy us. And then Tyranny of Dragons and Out of the Abyss is off until the following week. So, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. It was great having you all here. And live long and prosper. Have a good night.
Night, everyone.
Night.